Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Hi there, greetings, high fives, fist bumps, whatever you want. Welcome. It's a Monday. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. Say hello to Bill Squire, who is right there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora's back.
Hi, guys. No babies.
From our nation's capital.
Uh-huh.
The District of the Capital.
Yeah, that's what DC stands for.
I was watching The Simpsons yesterday. Can anyone tell me what DC stands for? And Lisa doesn't want to be the only one raising her hand, so she's like, don't do it. No one knows the answer? Teacher goes, DC stands for the District of the Capital. And then Lisa explodes, of course, because that's completely incorrect, and then proceeds to rattle off all of the incorrect answers prior to that the teacher told. Who's the other teacher? Not Miss Krabappel. Who was the other?
What is her name?
She got brown hair, glasses,
Yeah.
very monotone. I don't know that I ever caught her name out of the decades I've been watching
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Some Simpsons nerd will tell me. And I mean that with all affection, by the way.
She always has like mental breakdowns.
Sure, yeah.
Lisa's teacher.
Pound Cake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Mary was in D.C. all weekend, doing some shows,
Yeah.
taking in the sights.
Yes, I had 2 ACS listeners come out. Mary was the girl's name. Didn't catch the guy's name.
That stands
But-
for Alan Cox Show, if you're brand new to the program.
Oh, I didn't even think that. Good
I
call,
wanted you to learn
good
along with the
call.
audience. Yep.
Yeah. That's not what I meant by ACS, but that's okay. Whatever you
It's not what
want to
Dieter
go
means
by.
either.
No, but they were very, very sweet. They were sitting right up front in their Cleveland Clothing Company gear. So they were like, I was like, "You guys from Cleveland?" They're like, "Yeah, I hate the show." So it was a fun little interaction.
Yeah.
But yes, I accidentally went sightseeing.
And everyone else in the room was confused by that, weren't
I
they?
didn't care.
Ah.
Yeah, last night
Yep.
there was only like 30 people there, and they were very quiet and low energy. So I was like, you know what? Me and you guys are gonna have a moment.
Let's have some fun. Oh, this was last night.
This was last night.
I
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
Okay. It wasn't like a packed room and they were the only. Yeah, I see.
No. It was. I was talking about accidentally going sightseeing on Sunday because that's what I did. I went and had breakfast. Well, I watched a Comedy Store documentary over the course of the weekend because the hotel had Showtime. I don't have Showtime, so watched the Comedy Store documentary.
Very entertaining.
It was great.
Yeah.
But then I felt all on fire where I was like, I got to go right, and I have to listen to my sets, and I need new premises, and I was like, I'm going to go do all this. And then I had coffee that gave me diarrhea, so that put an end to that very quickly. And then I felt lighter.
Actually, that's a good way to start writing some jokes.
Right
there on the toilet.
In my experience.
But then I felt
Was
good.
was it the coffee's fault, or had you just not had coffee in a long time? What was the problem
I
there?
also had like
Milk?
a little pastry that was supposed to be dairy free, and I'm guessing it wasn't. Is my guess.
So the coffee probably not the culprit.
Something from the coffee shop.
Yep.
And so I was in the bathroom for a very long time, and then I realized that I was only like 2 blocks from the White House, and I was like, oh, I'll go see the White House.
Sure.
You know?
Yep.
And
Done
then-
with the brown. Time to get to the white.
Exactly. So I walked to the White House, and I really haven't been to DC since like my senior year field trip. I don't remember there being like gates around the White House. Has that always
not.
been there?
No.
Okay.
There weren't.
I was like, there's huge, like thick black
Yeah,
bars, so
I
you
think
can't
that's
even
gonna
really
be
get
a-
a good picture.
No, Trump had them up, and then they came down, and then they went back up,
Yeah.
and then, yeah.
So there are big, huge, thick black bars, and obviously there's a lot of people and stuff. But then, like, behind the White House, I can see the Washington Monument. And I'm like, oh, I'll just walk toward the Washington Monument.
Like 3 miles.
Well, it's not close. And then you're like, oh, there's the Lincoln Memorial. I can see it from here. But again, it's like another 2 miles to get to the Lincoln Memorial. And then I was like,
steps in.
Oh, I got 19,000 steps. I walked over 8 miles that day. Because you can see everything, so you kind of just get, like, caught up in it.
This was during the day on Saturday?
Sunday, yesterday. During the day. Because I started off after all on fire for comedy. Like, I'm going to write. I'm going to come up with so many more jokes. And then I went to the bathroom for a half hour. And then I was like, I feel lighter. I could walk. And then...
What was the thought that the walking and then just seeing parts of the city would... maybe some idea starters? Is that...
No. I was frustrated that I went to the coffee shop to write, and that was derailed by bathroom.
I see.
So then I just put my notebook away.
You wanted a palate cleanser.
Yes, I just put my notebook away and was like, I'm only 2 blocks from the White House. I'll just go check out the White House. And
Siri, take me to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Well, I was on Pennsylvania Avenue at the 1800 block. Like, that's where the coffee shop was. And I was like, I feel like, I mean, this is a grid system, right? I've got to be pretty close.
Loosely?
Right.
Yeah, why not?
But yeah, it was cool. It was really cool.
It's funny that you bring up, like, you were in D.C. I mean, I know you said that on the show, but, like, I just happened to be watching the American Crime Story impeachment. I just happened to start watching it yesterday, and I don't know. I just think that was a funny correlation. You were in D.C.
Little coincidence.
I was watching about little Monica Lewinsky. And
the only thing that, like, struck me...
That one's not coincident. That one's
fate.
Oh, that one's fate?
Yeah,
of all the things we've ever talked about, that's the one that's fate.
Well, we're going to go with fate because otherwise it's just entirely unrelated, and I don't want to make him feel bad. Go ahead.
The thing that struck me that made me, like, laugh, but also kind of be like, this is a really cool country. And it's a weird thing that there were people standing outside the White House with F. Biden t-shirts and Trump 2020 hats. And
Let's go, Brandon.
Right. Well, I expected that, and that's fine. But I was just kind of standing there looking at them, and they're like, man, they're like recording videos and screw you, Biden, and they, you know.
And it's not even for him. It's not like he's standing there looking out the window of the Rose Garden shaking his head, right, with his aviators on.
Like, come on, guys, I'm trying my best.
Guys, I was going to go to Chipotle later, and I'm not going to be able to do that now. It's just, you know, for whatever
well, the two things
platform they're streaming for.
The two things that came to my mind when I saw that was like, what a great country.
Great exchange of ideas.
Honestly, right. That you have the freedom to stand in front of where the president lives and openly bash him. And there's a cop standing there with a gun. He's like, go ahead and do whatever you want. Like,
do whatever you want. Cops hate him too.
You would be killed in so many places across the world. And I'm like, that's really cool that we can do that. And so as I'm having that moment, and then I'm sitting there and I'm just kind of watching, and I was like, that's got to suck to be the president. If every day someone was standing outside your house, F you, man, I hate you.
Barry Santor sucks.
You're like, I am just trying to do my job, dude.
I mean, you can't do it on Trump's new social media platform, of course. It's in the terms and conditions that you can't criticize him or anything on the site. So you don't have, not really a full exchange of ideas, but, you know, outside the White House, you can do it. Yeah. Yep, out in the open air.
It just makes me laugh that it was a very funny kind of shift in mentality. It was like, what a great country to have this freedom and to be able to do this. And I was like, I mean, that sucks real bad. If I woke up every morning and there were people standing outside my apartment like, screw you, quit your job, I'm going to kill you. You're just like, well, okay, I guess.
Bill's no stranger
I don't think
to
they
that.
say, I'm going to kill you.
No,
Bill's had it. He's had people screaming outside. I've had people screaming outside, not here, but over the years, I've had people screaming outside my place, my residence.
I know, it comes with the job.
Like every single day.
Right.
Yeah,
every day.
Every day.
Some days more than others, but that just struck me as it kind of made me giggle where I was like,
keep your government hands off my Medicare.
Right.
Wait, can I explain something to you about all that?
No.
I mean, I just want to explain one little thing about you and your...
My body, my choice. Just not in Texas.
I was actually very surprised that there were no discussions, no kerfuffles, not that I was expecting to see anything, but like people just kind of kept to themselves. There was the guys who were like, F Biden, I'm here, and then there were the people taking pictures like thumbs up.
Because most of that stuff's performative. The Donnybrook never goes down unless there's some other event happening.
Yeah.
A random Sunday on Pennsylvania Avenue.
And stuff, you know,
well, that doesn't stop anybody. Nobody cares if there's kids around, but
and cops with guns. Big guns, giant guns, just standing there. I don't know if they're AR-15s. I mean, that's what gets thrown around in the media, but that's the biggest gun I've ever seen in real life. They're just cops standing there like, don't you dare try anything, you know? It was a lot to take in.
Fun fact, those are just airsoft rifles. All for show. All for show. Could have tackled them. Would have been fine.
I think it's kind of lame, though, that we don't have the kind of, like, we should have a guard that is known for something the way they have the beef eaters in front of Buckingham Palace. You know, where they won't smile or move or react to anything you do. We should have the opposite of that, where the cops stand, or like if we have, you know, they get to tell you what they think. But like almost in a way where like you didn't even ask. Like you're just walking past and like, I hate your pants. And you just get roasted by the National Guard.
Yeah.
You left the house today, looked in the mirror, and thought that was a good move, huh? Anyway, okay.
Nice haircut.
Yep, the American Yeoman Warders. I've got to take a break here. If you want to get a text in, do that, 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Next chance for you to grab some money, $1,000. A chance for you to go fund yourself. About 30 past every hour. Next one coming up at 2:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned
The Alan Cox Show.
on 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007). Join us live, 800-348-1007. Cavaliers in Denver tonight. They have a bit of a road trip ahead of them. Beat the Hawks on Saturday. You were there, weren't you?
Yeah, it was great.
101 to
Great
95.
game. They were a little behind in the second quarter, then they fought back to within 3 at the end of the half, and then took over in the third, and then held on in the fourth.
Who are the standouts this season?
Evan Mobley is our rookie. That he looks like he's the real deal. He was the third overall pick, and he is really good. Like, he's off to a real good start, getting double-doubles and blocks and scoring, and just he can do a variety of different things. So he's good. Then Ricky Rubio, who's a veteran guard in the league. He's been in the league 10, 11 years.
I thought he was
more.
a pop singer. Who am I thinking of?
Ricky Martin.
No. Go ahead.
Ricky.
I'll think of it.
Are you thinking of who's the one with
Frank Rubio? Is it who is that?
Is there a pop singer named Frank Rubio?
That might
I'm
be a
fingers
politician
crossed.
or something.
Are you thinking of
There
Rufio
is.
from the movie Hook?
No, I'm not thinking of that.
So-
or from Parks and Rec.
He Jean Ralphio.
Oh, John Raffio, sorry.
God, I love him so much.
Ricky Rubio
I
is a
got
player
run
for the
over by Alexis.
Ricky Rubio is a player for the Cavaliers.
Yes, he's a player for the
Who
Cavaliers.
am I thinking of, Cody? Not Paulina Rubio. She's Spanish. Wasn't there an American like R&B singer years
Ruben
ago?
Studdard?
No, Ricky
Rubio is
God, I
Spanish.
thought it was Ricky Rubio.
Rubio.
Somebody will tell me. Go ahead, Bill. I'm
Anyway,
sorry.
so he's been playing real well, and he started Friday and Saturday because Darius Garland tweaked his ankle, so they're holding him out for a few games while that heals up. I think he should be back tonight, but he played real well, and he's a nice veteran presence. And even Kevin Love coming off the bench, like he's just showing a lot more effort this year, and it looks like he's healthier than he's been in a long time. So hopefully they're playing hard, and they're playing to win. Colin Sexton's still solid,
Yeah.
We got some pieces on that team.
I forget about Kevin Love. I mean, with all due respect,
Yeah.
he's a guy that doesn't spring to mind when we talk about the Cavaliers because, I know he's there whether he wants to be or not, and I guess he's been elevated to the guy that's supposed to lead the young Bucks into the right.
Well, now he's trying to raise his trade value so he can get out of Cleveland. So that's why he's playing hard right now.
That's
But
got to
if-
make you feel good when you're a fan of a team and the guy's really kicking it into overdrive so he can leave the team.
But if we get some good assets in return, they're not going to buy him out. He doesn't want to get bought out. So it's if his effort means we win, then
sure,
it's still going to be a tough task to find anybody to take on his contract.
I was going to say, I don't.
'Cause it's a lot of
and
money.
he's long in the tooth, and it's not. He hasn't
Yeah.
exactly been killing it the last couple of seasons. Like, what are his aspirations to go to? What is he going to go play for the Knicks? For what?
Yeah, well, the Knicks are a good team right now.
No, I know they are, but they're not.
But he wants to compete for a championship, and right now that's not where the Cavs are.
I see.
So on the right team, he could be a very helpful player. But he's just not. He's not a star like he used to be. But he can still play the game at a pretty high level if he's in a reserve role, coming off the bench, rebounding and hitting threes. Like that's what he can do for a team.
Okay,
but it's just at the price tag that he's at, where it's like, are you going to take on his $35 or $40 million a year to do that?
Right. Well, the Cavs are on the road until a week from Wednesday, so they'll be all over the place. They'll play Phoenix, play the Lakers. Tonight, 9 o'clock, they're in Denver to play the Nuggets. So you'll hear all of that here on WMMS and the iHeartRadio app. Speaking of the Phoenix Suns, they are trying to get out ahead of this. That ESPN is getting ready to drop this huge report that the owner of the Phoenix Suns is a racist and a sexist and a homophobe. This guy, Robert Sarver. They are preemptively denying all of these allegations, saying it's completely outrageous and false. They're basically giving him the Donald Sterling treatment. Remember Donald Sterling? The guy that owned the Clippers, and they made him sell the team after his girlfriend recorded him saying things.
How do you mix
I don't want blacks at my... What did he say? I don't want blacks at my games.
Yeah, he didn't want her to bring black guys with her when she went to games.
His girlfriend, right.
Yes.
If you're going to go to games, only bring white guys. or Thai guys or something.
Not a racist, not a racist. Not a racist, not a racist, not a racist.
Never mind.
Not a racist, not a racist, not a racist.
They love me.
Not a racist.
I don't know why the girl had me say those things.
Not a racist, not a racist. Not a racist, not a racist, not a racist.
Never mind.
Not a racist, not a racist, not a racist.
They love me.
Not a racist.
Don't bring blacks to my game.
How do you
There
make
it
someone
is.
sell a team, though? If he owned it, how can they make him sell it? What if he just said no?
Because there's ownership groups, and
Yeah.
he's not a. I mean, he was a majority owner, but he doesn't own the whole thing, so they can put pressure on you, and they have. There's standards that you have to abide by to own the teams.
So we'll see what happens. Somebody said that the allegations could make the team forcibly remove him. He's the owner. He's not the CEO, but he does own the team. So they're trying to get out ahead of this. Again, I don't know
Now,
how.
are there allegations with proof? Is it just of other employees saying that he was this guy? Because I did see the big thing that the Suns posted on their Twitter, where it's like 5 or 6 tweets.
Yes,
and it's not even tweets. It's like pictures of a statement. So it's pretty long.
Yeah,
it's crazy that an old white guy could be racist
or a homophobe or whatever. I mean, so we'll see what happens. Phoenix Suns, I believe, play at a place called the Footprint Center, which I love. I assume that's a company name. I don't know what it refers to. But with all the other dumb naming rights that arenas around this country have, to play at a place called the Footprint Center.
Well, because when they're playing great, that's when Jesus was carrying them. There's only one pair of footprints in the sand.
You went deep. That's a deep cut for Phoenix. Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's sand in Phoenix.
Well, sure, yeah. No lawns, but sand. There's a lot of footprints in there.
Well, it used to be the Talking Stick Resort.
I was going to say,
arena.
that's what I thought it was still was, yes.
And then it changed, I think, this season, because I haven't heard it called this yet.
All right. So they're...
Center.
If you are a Phoenix Suns fan...
Or you're into feet.
Or if you're into feet. Mary's over there on WikiFeet, and not with her... Boy, you'd think that in a year and a half, full of nothing but conversations about consent, that it would be... It would be counterintuitive to have Mary on WikiFeet, not of her own free will. But again, I don't know how those foot pictures got on there.
People just take them off my Instagram.
Well, but my point simply being, maybe. Once those photos are out in the public domain, you don't really have control over them anymore. And, either monetize them or ease up on the foot pics. You know what I mean?
They're never foot pics. They're like screenshots from a story where my toes happen to be in it.
Just don't. Well, that's what I'm saying. Don't ever have anything below the knee in any of your. Listen, here's all I'm saying, and I'm not going to tell you your business, but it seems to me that if you want to avoid any impropriety whatsoever, don't necessarily want your face in it, want your feet in it. All of your photos should be between like your neck and your upper thigh. That's what I think. Every single photo.
Part of my body. That's the part that needs the most work.
If you don't want to have any issues whatsoever, neck to the thigh.
I have killer calves. I'm finally straightening out my grill.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, guy.
All right. Well, then just get on WikiCalves then.
Oh.
Now, there's a lot of photos of young cows over there, so make sure that you put it in the right subreddit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, or I could just chop out the middle part, so it'll just be my teeth from ankle to knee and nose to chin.
Disembodied teeth.
It.
Disembodied teeth. Right. I'm starting to see this come together.
I think it'll be great.
So, who's played for the Suns? Charles Barkley, Steve Nash,
Dan Marley.
Dan Marley, right.
You got
legendary players.
Amari Stoudemire.
Yep.
You have now you have Devin Booker, Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton, Cam Johnson.
Connie Hawkins played for the Phoenix Suns back in the day.
Oh yeah, Larry Nance.
There you go.
When he won the dunk contest.
What happened to Amari Stoudemire? He played for Israel or something? Or he's not even in the States anymore, right?
No, I don't think so. He had some pretty bad knee injuries later in his career, and then they just never really came back.
Okay.
And so I think he bounced around to a few different teams, and then I think he went overseas.
My understanding was what really kind of screwed the pooch for him was Bill Hader, I guess, operated on his knee. And Bill Hader, I was watching this documentary. I was like, this guy has I love Bill Hader. He's hilarious.
What was the name of the documentary?
It's called Trainwreck, which I assume was about this just surgery that went completely awry and off the rails, if you will. And boy, I just felt awful for him because I was like, why is he doesn't know anything he's doing. And Amari Stoudemire was kind of like, I assumed that he had been sedated or something. But I think I would imagine that's really when it started to go badly for him.
Yeah, don't let comedians do operations on your knee.
No, that's why Seinfeld's thing is not called comedians doing operations on your knee. He knows his limitations.
I would watch that show.
I would too.
I would watch it.
But listen, Ricky Gervais is going to scope your patella.
It sounds like a terrible game of Clue.
Yeah,
Ricky
Mad
Gervais
Libs. Yeah,
with the scalpel on your chest
in the operating room with a candlestick. We've got $1,000 here for you. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely. Grab this money. Somebody wins every time. And good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BILLS to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BILLS to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Did you end up going to see Dune?
Yeah, I saw it last night.
Did you?
Yeah. It is as close as you can do a movie that's in color to being a black and white movie.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's a very...
Everything's gray.
It's either gray or it's sand.
Did you see it in IMAX or 3D?
I just saw it at a regular movie.
Because I ended up going to see it late Saturday night, accidentally. Not accidentally, but some things happened. Unplanned. Some things happened last minute, and I said, well, I'm going to go see Dune then. And the movie, with trailers and everything, you're in there for 3 hours.
Yeah.
And so I go, well, it looked like most people, because now you can go on Fandango and see where people are sitting, and it looked like most people were going to IMAX. So I'm like, okay, I'd kind of rather see it in 3D. And there were like 4 people in the 3D screenings.
I didn't even know they were doing 3D screenings.
Yeah, they shot it for IMAX, but they have like 2D the way you saw it in IMAX. Seemed like most people were going to see IMAX. I go, well, I'm not going to mess with all that. I'll go see it in 3D. It was pretty good. I liked it, but to your point about the color, the mix seemed off. The audio mix seemed off, too, a lot of times.
I feel like that might be a thing that's in different theaters, because like in our theater, it was fine. Or maybe they corrected it in our theater, but I had heard that where it was like a Nolan film where the dialogue's so quiet, and then
there's words and
stuff.
Names you can't understand, and there's a lot of weird voices in the movie. And
I think that stuff's kind of intentional, but I watched the original Dune, actually not that many months ago, and did not like it.
God, I love that original Dune.
It's so...
Oh, it's so good.
Maybe if I had watched it when I was a kid, but it's not good.
Well, here's what I like about...
crappy.
But what's funny is to compare who they cast for this one based on who they cast for the original one.
Right.
Like, I know everybody's laughing about Duncan, Idaho. People who have no clue about Dune at all, who
it's a funny name.
I guess are in this for the first time. They have weird names in this movie. Duncan, Idaho is one of the guys. Jason Momoa plays him.
It's a space opera that takes place in the year
10,041 or something.
10,041. And your heroes are Paul, Jessica, and Duncan.
Right. Duncan, Idaho. Yeah. But like in this one, the Josh Brolin character... Gurney, I think was his name. In the 84 version was Patrick Stewart.
Right.
So they've taken some huge leaps in I don't even know if Patrick Stewart was a thing in the early 80s. I don't think he was.
In the 80s version, no, he wasn't really, because that was before he was even Jean-Luc Picard.
Right.
So in the 80s version, it's a lot more not theatrical, but it feels more like you're watching a play than you're watching a movie.
There's a lot of voiceover. There's a lot of
voiceover and a lot of just exposition, and then a lot of, and they didn't have the effects that they to really pull off some of these scenes. So it's real. Maybe in the 80s you're like, oh, this is getting the job, but for the most part it looks real corny and silly at times. And then also like just the designs. It seems like they had somebody else like, all right, you design this thing, and then we're going to get somebody else to like. There's no continuity in any of the design in the 1984 version, and maybe that was David Lynch being himself, who he likes to kind of do weird things and play with people's minds that way. But it's just really like a lot of the sets look like they were just repurposed from Willy Wonka.
Kind of. Well, plus this version, as long as it is, it's supposed to be part one.
Yeah.
Whereas that David Lynch version kind of condenses everything into the one movie.
Yeah.
So there's a whole lot of things and characters that don't happen in this one because they're hoping. That's why I hope enough people go see it, because it was super expensive, and there's no guarantee they'll make a sequel. So if it just ends,
have to,
I
though?
thought they don't have. They spent $165 million making this movie. There's no studio that's like, we'll automatically do another one.
Worldwide, they're already at 200 million plus. So I think they'll do a sequel, and I think it won the box office. Only got like 40 million, but 40 million right now in a pandemic world, they'll take it. And I think word of mouth of it on it is pretty good. Like, there's what I found interesting. A lot more younger people in the theater than I thought there would be.
Oh, there were a bunch of teenage nerds when I went to see mine.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, so maybe they're getting into the books.
Maybe they're into the books. Maybe it's the Timothy Chalamet and Zendaya effect. Zendaya effect, yeah.
He's good. I'd never seen anything that Timothy Chalamet had done other than host Saturday Night Live. I thought he was real. If you're into soft boy sci-fi, but he's
what is soft boy?
He's real good in it, though.
Just a slight little boy.
Oh. I thought he was very good in it.
I thought he was good.
Zendaya doesn't have much to do in this.
I love Oscar Isaac. Stellan Skarsgård as the Baron. Fantastic.
Baron Harkonnen, yeah.
Very unsettling the way that he is filmed, and like I like that a lot because that's.
But he was in this a lot less than the original one, too, because they were cramming everything into one movie. Whereas this one, they're like, oh, we'll have him back for the second one or whatever.
And I think the sequel will happen. I don't even know if they might have shot it back to back to release as two movies, but shot it all at once.
Because the Sting, they made a big deal about the fact that Sting was in the first one at the time, because Sting was just a guy in the police, and he started doing a couple of movies. That character wasn't in this one, like Harkonnen's nephew or something. Sting played him in '84. But Dave Bautista's in this one for a couple of minutes.
Who was Dave Bautista? Because he's
Bautista. So the Sting character, Bautista was this guy named Glossu Raban, who is like. Did you read the books?
No, I never read them.
Okay. Glossu Raban
reading's hard.
He's Harkonnen's nephew or something, and then the Sting character is Bautista's brother.
Okay.
In the thing, like in the first movie, the Bautista character was this actor named Paul Smith. But you could barely recognize him because he was all clean-shaven. But he was the guy that played Bluto in the Robin Williams Popeye movie.
Oh,
remember
really?
that?
Yeah.
That was the guy that played that. Yeah. So I liked it. I thought it was good. I mean, I
thought it was great.
Long,
It is long, but like people are like, oh, it's kind of boring, and you're not going to really get the. And like, there's good guys and there's bad guys, and they're fighting over a commodity like that. It's easy enough to follow. I don't know all the houses and all the jargon that they use, but like overall it's a pretty simple story to understand.
I think for a movie like that, a sci-fi movie, it's harder for me with a comedy or something else. But if it's a sci-fi movie, which inherently is big in scope, if I go, okay, I'm going to be here for 3 hours, settle in,
mm-hmm.
And that made it a little easier to.
I feel like once they got going with the action, it was pretty nonstop. Until, like, not even just action, but just tension.
First half was great. It's definitely slower in the second half, but
no, I thought the second half was way quicker.
I thought the first when the Harkonnens hit Arrakis in the middle of the night, and I mean that's all first half. I think the second half's when they're like in the desert and he's trying.
Yeah, but I thought in the desert that's when I thought it picked up because then it was like challenge after challenge for them.
If you're new to Dune also and you happen to see it, you will immediately realize what about a dozen metal bands we're into in the last 40 years. Because there's all, right?
Yeah.
There's this band called Shai Hulud, which is the name of the sandworm. And, so there's all kinds of references from the Venn diagram of heavy metal fans and sci-fi fans is almost, pretty close. There's a great article, though, and I don't know if a lot of people notice it, about how there's no computers in Dune. Because the story of Dune prior to all this is that there was a war between humans and artificial intelligence, and humans won by the skin of their teeth, but they banned computers. So that's why like all the ships just have dials and levers.
And I liked it. I didn't know that, but I've noticed it when like they're flying stuff. It's not just a computer doing everything. There's no like Jarvis, like, hey, fly me around here. But
because it's year 10,000 and it's like a steampunky kind of vibe,
yeah, like a very tactical type weaponry and even like the different modes of transportation and stuff.
So I liked it.
I
Yeah.
thought it was good. I thought it was real good.
I mean, there have been various people basically focus on the David Lynch movie and this one, but there have been a lot of iterations of Dune in between. Like they did early 2000s, they were doing Dune mini-series all the time. Like James McAvoy was in one and Susan Sarandon was in. There's been a lot of iterations of those Dune books. But, yeah, I mean, I hope they get to make a sequel because this one just kind of ends.
Yeah, me too.
I thought it...
I was going to call Mary and ask her to go, and I go, she's in D.C.
Yeah.
She's going to be so pissed that she missed Dune.
I thought it ended at a point. Like, it's... Knowing there's a part 2, I think it ends at a good point. But they got to make that second one for that to be a good point to end the story.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't just go to black, but I mean, there's a... Let's hope they do it.
It's definitely like... There's more to this story to tell.
Sure. More Javier Bardem. How about that?
Oh, he's great. And then Oscar Isaac, fantastic too. I could watch those
Great
two
casting.
Do pretty much anything.
In this movie. Okay, listen, I have got to take a break here. If you want to get a text in, 35192. If I missed anything on the Dune front there, you want to nerd alert me, feel free. And you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Out here to make a record, you dumb cracker. They broadcast me out on the radio.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to send me a text. I'll see it there. I was going back and forth with some Dune fans in the break there. One of the things I couldn't understand, Jason and Charlotte kind of laid it out for me a little bit, though, was because some people had said, I don't understand that they can fly at the speed of light, but they use swords and knives to fight each other. And that was what I was thinking, too. They've got like these personal body skin shields for when they're fighting or whatever. And I was like, well, if the knives get through the shields, why didn't they develop knife-proof shields then?
Yeah, why don't they go back to regular armor? Just go back to metal.
Yeah, so again, I'm sure that these are things that are all explained in the original texts and whatever. And again, the only reason that they're able to do the interstellar travel is because of the spice. Because it's a drug that makes the people who fly the ships like psychic or something. That to me was the wildest part. If you're familiar at all with the original Frank Herbert books, the way that they delve into the spice or the melange, if you will, that the only way they're able to do interstellar travel is because they get the pilots high on this hallucinogen that if they take so much of it, they become psychic. So they can see they have to see where the ship is going to go before they do these interstellar jumps, and it's super nerdy. It's a lot of fun.
Computers to do it,
right? There are no computers to do it. So, and for people who don't give a rat's ass about Dune and are like, "Who cares?" It's the best-selling sci-fi novel of all time. So, there's
a lot of people that care about it.
You might have noticed there are a lot of people who've written science fiction over the years, but Frank Herbert's Dune and the subsequent books, and I didn't read all of them. I think I read like the first two, because I had like a lot of my friends when I was reading that stuff. I was reading like Robert Heinlein and Philip K. Dick. Friends of mine were all reading Tolkien, and they were playing Dungeons and Dragons, and that wasn't my thing. I was reading some Dune books and some, So I think the film very much is as advertised. Because that's a movie you don't want to see and then be like, oh man, they're really hyping this up and it's kind of disappointing. And
I went in with pretty medium expectations.
I did too.
I wasn't going in there being like, this is going to be the best movie ever. I was just like, I told myself, they're going to say some things that I don't know what they're talking about because there's made up languages and words and stuff like this. So just kind of use context clues and try to have fun with it, and I did. And I thought it was pretty enjoyable.
Well, and that's kind of that tightrope you got to walk with any property where you're introducing a new audience to something that's really dense. Like the Eternals is going to be out pretty soon,
right?
And if you read those Eternals comics, you're like, I'm fully on board. But you got to make the movie for the people who have no idea what's going on. So then you spend a lot of time explaining who they are and where they came from and who the characters are and what they do. And so you're like, okay.
I think Marvel's got that pretty figured out now. I know there's a lot of characters in the Eternals, but I think Marvel, and I think people trust Marvel to be like, I'm going on this ride. I'm going to suspend disbelief and just let it all just kind of lay out in the movie. They're pretty good. Although basic stories, they're good at telling them in entertaining ways.
We'll see. Now that one I'll take you to, Mary. You and I will go see the Eternals, okay?
Okay.
Because you'll be very, very
as long as you have a good time, Alan, that's really all I care about.
Entertained by
it comes out November 4th. Is there anything?
The 5th, yeah.
Well, they start the screenings on the 4th.
Oh, I see, yeah.
So, but is there anything else going on that day?
Yeah, you know what? I think there is. Some chick named Mary Santora is headlining Hilarities. Downtown.
I heard a guy outside her house screaming, "Hey!
I didn't vote for you to headline Hilarities November 4th.
F Mary Santora."
You know what, though? Any press is good press, so you just go right to hilarities.com and buy those tickets.
Okay. I know what Bill was talking about. I have a parent-teacher conference that night after the show.
That is what I was talking about.
How do you know about that?
Because I tell him all of my parent-teacher conference stories. He loves them. You know how some people are into really niche-y stuff? That's one of his kinks. He likes hearing... hearing.
It's not a kink; it's a passion.
He likes hearing. Yeah, one of his passions.
Get me off. It doesn't. I'm not like, tell me more.
Aroused by it.
I'll start doing them in person.
Just really.
Right.
He just wants to hear about the crappy cup of coffee.
He likes the Cliff's Notes about.
I want to hear what they're doing to keep the kids safe and entertained, but also I want to know about the fundraisers and how those went.
Yep. Scholastic Book Week this week. Remember the Scholastic Book Week?
Scholastic Book Fair was like my favorite. I was nerdy in that way where I'm like, I want a new bookmark. And
because I saw
these,
but every time that comes around I don't know if schools all do it at the same time or whatever it is.
It travels.
But that's what I thought. It's one thing that travels. It's like the Surge tour.
Yes.
Oh.
It's like when a band goes on tour. They can't play Chicago and California at the same time.
Understood. Well, I didn't think that a company had one group that was going the entire country like the Wienermobile.
Yep.
It's Jim, Frank, Mark, and Rich, and they are the Scholastic Book Fair. But I started to see, so it must have been coincidence that I started to see a lot of people talking about it as it was happening at my daughter's school. And I saw a lot of people like complaining about it, like, yeah, they always like to make you remind you that you were poor because you couldn't afford anything. I don't recall that.
Oh, well, that's why I said I was excited to buy a bookmark, because I had $1 to buy a bookmark. The books were not...
Because now they have, the trouble now, and parents probably know this by now, I'm just coming to it, but the trouble now is it's not just books. So first you're putting money in their e-wallet, which is how they do it now. And so they have like an account, but you have to somehow impress upon your kid, hey, you're there for books. But they're really, the Scholastic Book Fair, as I understand it, is kind of working against you. You're cross purposes with parents because they got like
gadgets,
hey, here's a stuffy.
Fidgets.
Yeah.
Here's a Funko Pop.
Right. Hey, just make it books.
Well, we had that stuff too. There was like the books, when they set it up, it was.
But I don't remember the books being quote unquote
animals.
expensive.
Well, they were normal price for books. So if you were used to buying books, no, they're not expensive.
But they're kids' books, so they're
like
$15.
$15.
I thought they were like $2.
No.
Oh.
Because the only things that I could afford were the little stuff. So I'd get like a bookmark or like a little they had little like keychains and things like that.
Maybe when I was in school, the books were still $2.
Oh boy, Alan, you're getting.
Maybe the books that you wanted were for
When I was
$2.
learning,
Hey, what did you say? When popcorn was a nickel.
Ice cream. When I was a kid,
ice cream was a nickel. That's why it was so fun going to the movies over the weekend. I'm like, oh my God, when did popcorn become $12? It was a dime when I
in my day.
Mm-hmm.
I never remembered when anything was. I wasn't paying attention. So when Scholastic Book Fair shows up, I go, oh, I don't have any money. I'm in 4th grade.
Yeah.
And I don't want books.
Yeah. And at that point, I wanted like the Goosebumps books, but
yeah, they had all that kind of stuff.
That's like, but again, like I was in 4th grade. Like my mom was knocking me out of bed to be like, get to school. Like I wasn't like, oh, but also it's book fair day. Like
God, I was so opposite. I was early on book fair day.
Yeah, me too. I couldn't wait for
they had
book fair.
the Berenstein Bears.
I couldn't
and
wait.
Captain Underpants was a big one. What else was it? Like there was a couple series that like you had to get. What was that turtle?
Tippy the Turtle?
Franklin. He became a TV show. Yeah.
So not Yertle.
Arthur, all kinds. Yertle the turtle? No, I don't.
Wait,
remember.
they turned the story into a TV show, or the character became a TV show in the book?
Franklin was a TV show, so I don't know if maybe the TV show came first and then they had the
I think maybe
books.
the TV show came first.
It might have been. I don't know. But there was all kinds of fun stuff.
All right.
My other favorite thing, Scholastic Book Fair, and then the Secret Santa Shop. Did you guys have that?
Yep.
Yes.
Same story.
Well, see, I loved that so much because
Secret Santa Shop. What's that?
where they would come set up like little trinkets and everything. The most expensive thing in there was like $4, but it was like your parents would send you there with $10, and you could pick out little gifts for your family.
Oh, I'm sure we did have that.
And
And
it
it
was
was
all
a cheap ass
fundraising.
crap.
Oh, it was
like
so cheap,
It was
but-
like necklaces that would turn your mom's neck green
Yes.
in 24 hours.
Yes.
Yeah. We had to go door to door and sell those.
Oh wow.
We had to show people a catalog. And I don't remember if it was for junior achievement or if it was for my school. My school, because we went to Catholic school, as much as my parents were paying in tuition, and they still sent us out constantly trying to get money from people. Like, what are we paying for here?
See,
you have to go door to door with some cheesy jewelry catalog and try to get these people, try to play to their sympathies that you're some kid who's out there selling crap they don't need, don't want, who cares? Their grandkids are selling the same crap, so you're just double dipping.
The Secret Santa Shop was like a fundraiser thing, but then what we sold door to door, had to get people to sign up for, was Suckers was the big one that I remember. We would do Suckers,
all right.
and then we would do Mally's chocolate bars. Were like the two things that we would have to order and then sell, or like, and then if you sold the most, I remember my dad took it to work and he sold so many of these that I got like a bike the one year, and I couldn't believe it because it was the first time I had my own bike. Was because I always had hand-me-downs. I have 3 older siblings, but we had sold so many of these stupid little suckers that I ended up getting like a blanket and a bike and like a clear backpack. Like, do you remember when those blow-up backpacks were really popular? No,
You're a '90s kid.
I'm a '90s kid, so it was a
kid.
literal blow up, like a pool floating.
An inflatable backpack.
An inflatable clear, like pink and purple clear backpack. And it was the coolest thing in the world. Like,
now they're still clear, they're just bulletproof.
Same,
Yep.
yes.
That was the precursor to
make
the
sure there's no
bulletproof
guns
backpack.
in it.
That's right.
Mine was for fashion. But
Fashion. No, I got in real trouble one year because my high school sent us out to sell chocolate like that, like Mallory's. We had world's finest chocolate. And it was a company that would sell this stuff to kids, and it was dynamite. And so you'd either get chocolate bars with almonds in it or chocolate-covered almonds. And I got in real trouble one year because I ate all my chocolate.
Yeah, you gotta
and my
pay
parents
for it.
had to write a check for the chocolate because we weren't allowed anything like that. And so I was constantly sneaking around eating my school chocolate.
Yeah.
It was a bad scene, man.
I remember that. Where I'd be like, can I have $1? I ate a chocolate bar. And they're like, what the hell are you doing eating your own chocolate bars? We had the ones, the
Mary,
pretzel-
stop eating your own treats.
Yeah.
And that's...
Don't get high on your own supply.
Right.
Like, what?
Learn your lesson.
But that's what they get. That's what they were counting on. Like,
Oh, yeah,
giving
100%.
kids candy.
Yes.
Your
to
parents
sell.
are going to pay for
Giving
this.
kids giant
that's
boxes
all-
of candy.
That's what we all did.
Yeah.
The pretzel crunch were the ones that would get me in trouble all the time because they were that sweet and salty, man. It would get me every time, and I would just be like,
Moose Munch sends you out with bags of that, too. No, when we had Scholastic Book Fair, all I did was snatch up Choose Your Own Adventure books.
Oh.
Because those were big when I was a kid. And so I was a full-on nerd for Choose Your Own Adventure books.
I only read like
My
one.
adventure involves choosing not to read this book.
I didn't like that you had to keep flipping around, where it was like, if you'd like to go through the door, turn to page 68. If you'd like to turn around and go back, turn to page 104. My brain couldn't compute going forward and backward in the book.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand.
I didn't enjoy
Wait,
that.
you go forward and backward?
I didn't like that at all.
Oh,
I
the
didn't
numbers get smaller, then they get bigger.
Yes. I had a real problem with going from page 130 to page 9. I didn't like that.
Yeah. No, that was when I started, because they had something called the Dune Storybook for Scholastic Book Fair. And so I got that, and then I went back and started reading some of the other stuff. But I remember the girls in my class were reading a book called The Secret Window.
The Johnny Depp one? That movie?
No, that's the Stephen King story, I think. No, this predated that. But, because the girls were always reading, like, Judy Blume books.
Yeah.
Or, because they wanted to know, what's going to
That was in my
happen
mouth.
when I begin.
It was Judy Blume.
Judy Blume all over the place.
Becoming a woman.
Yeah, they wanted to know what their coming-of-age situation was going to be like.
Secret Window. So there was a movie about a murderer writer.
Oh, I know. It's a
who
Stephen
lost
King
his
story,
mind.
I think.
But there was also a Welcome to Womanhood Secret Window.
Yes, in the early 80s.
Confusing for those young children.
As I recall it, I remember a lot of girls in my class that were quietly reading Deanie by Judy Blume, where there's a passage where a teenage couple fornicate for the first time. And it was very graphic for a YA book. And then The Secret Window was another one.
I like to think that they bought it thinking it was the period book, but it was actually the Stephen King book. And they're like, this writer is a man, he's alone in a cabin, and I don't know when he's going to start ovulating, but...
It's a weird situation, yes. Alan, I was in Catholic grade school. We'd sell Christmas wrapping paper and cards. Yeah, that was another thing, too.
You would sell
Celebrate
Christmas
the
wrapping
birth
paper?
of Jesus by buying all this crap from us. How about that? The Berenstain Bears. What did you say? You said the Berenstain Bears, didn't you?
I said I might have said Berenstein.
The Berenstain Bears.
Steen.
Berenstain Bears.
They weren't Jewish bears. There's the Berenstain Bears.
I thought it was Berenstein Bears.
Well, maybe they changed it.
It doesn't matter, does it? Bear.
No, but
Berenstein.
you know how nerdy people get.
Oh, it was the Berenstain Bears. Well, I've been calling them the Berenstein Bears this entire time.
Jen says, Alan, I'm in charge of the book fair at my kid's school, and you have the option to not sell the crap. We still take cash. I see. You don't have to lay out you can just lay out books.
Yeah.
I see. Hey, how many of you kids want crap, and how many of you want books? Show of hands. See, more kids want the crap.
They do.
And you can't blame them, quite frankly. And I did the same thing with my World Finest Chocolate, except my stepdad beat my ass.
Oof.
So I had to eat tomatoes out of the candy bar. What? It's a lot of talk to text. Don't talk to text me.
Call the after hours.
Something. Yeah. I was reading about, we've got a lot of bureau chiefs in the state of Wisconsin. I was reading about a teacher in Wisconsin who just got 12 years in federal prison because he hid cameras in air fresheners on a field trip so that he could take pictures and video of the kids.
Wait,
they got him.
It's time for robot teachers.
It really is.
Wait, I don't understand. Where were they? They were in the car?
In a bus.
Well,
they got him on 12 years, one count of attempting to produce child pornography.
What were kids doing on a bus?
For a field trip.
I understand it, but they're going to be having sex on a bus?
Did I say anything about sex?
Oh, okay. I'm just confused as to...
But he's trying to get them changing their clothes or something.
He's trying to get whatever he can get.
That's what I was confused by.
He was planting... they said that he started spying, as a 39-year-old guy, started spying on families to deal with the stress and fulfill a need for adrenaline, he said, which is the worst made-up explanation I've ever heard for anything. He planted
a need for
hidden cameras. I've got the need for speed.
I got need for a speedy trial.
Yeah. He hid cameras in air fresheners on the field trip, and then when one girl attempted to spray one of the air fresheners, the contraption fell open. And then teens started to, if you will, get wind of this.
So my guess is it was an overnight field trip, and
yeah, he said that it wasn't about him. He said he wasn't trying to get pictures of any naked girls, but admitted that was the outcome. This wasn't what I was going for. It's just a happy accident.
Just happened to get it.
Just happened. I didn't tell them to take their clothes off.
12 years isn't enough.
This is an out-of-state trip with students who found hidden cameras in their hotel. So he would go,
it was in the hotel.
Yeah. Well, there were some on the bus. Sense. There were some in the hotel. This guy was really trying to cover his bases.
But why would he think that kids wouldn't? Kids are stinky. Why wouldn't they use the air freshener? Why would they not use that?
Well, I assume maybe it's one of those we have them here, the wall-mounted ones that periodically go.
Yeah.
And then he put a pinhole camera or something in there.
Yeah, my guess is he was putting them in the rooms before the kids checked in, so they wouldn't even think about it.
Oh, yeah.
But the opportunity
guys,
is there.
Guys, I need to get into your room first. Don't ask any questions.
I just have to check to make sure it's safe.
Make sure there's nobody under the bed.
Safety checks.
Safety checks. So 12 years in federal prison for this guy.
There's always air fresheners in showers. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So, and by the way, speaking of the state of Wisconsin, bravo to Wisconsin, because here the legislature in Wisconsin goes, what are we going to do about this fake labor shortage? Everybody's talking about the labor shortage. It's not really that. It's a wage shortage, right? What are we going to do? Hey, child labor laws. Let's fix those. So they're trying to pass a law in the state of Wisconsin that allow 14-year-olds to work until midnight. And then that way they'll solve all their problems. We love kids. We just think they should be working longer.
Lazy kids.
Kids want everything handed to them. Allow 14 and 15-year-olds in Wisconsin to work very, very late. And they say, this is what will help us with the labor shortage. Because who wouldn't want to have their job done by a 14-year-old?
A tired 14-year-old.
Family values, Alan. It's family values.
Oh, Wisconsin.
They got to get up and go to school in the morning.
Yeah, that's right.
Goodness gracious.
I was working until midnight last night. I wonder what the labor laws were in Illinois, because, I started bussing tables at 15, and then I was waiting tables not long after that, and we'd work till 12, 1 in the morning.
I think it was 15 and a half you could get a worker's permit, right? Though that's a driver's license.
That's a driver's license.
13 you can get a permit?
No clue.
I started working at a place when I was 14, and I didn't have to get a...
But you worked with your dad.
No, I worked at a pet shop. But I didn't have to get a worker's permit, but I think that's because it fell under the... working on a farm or something like that, and there's different like if you're working with animals, they didn't count it as retail, they counted it because I was cleaning cages.
Oh, you were like a farmhand or something.
Farmhand kind of thing. Which is also why they paid me $3 an hour instead of the $5 that minimum wage was back then.
I think it's 13. You could get a work permit from your parents, because the only reason I remember this is because for my 13th birthday I got a cell phone. And my older brother was furious because he's like, for my 13th birthday, I got a work permit and you're getting her a cell phone. He was like so mad that my parents bought me a cell phone for my birthday.
That's so that when you go to work, you can call them from work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was 15.
This is Bill's first band, too. It was after Squire Masonry. They're called the Pet Shop Boys. You remember them?
No.
He was...
Are these the guys with the big heads and the little bodies?
I think you're thinking of Weebles, aren't you? They wobble, but they don't fall down.
The Pep Shop Boys?
Oh, Pep Boys is what you're thinking of.
Yeah.
Ah, the Pet Boys.
Don't scratch up them heads.
Yeah.
I've got to take a break here. I'll have what for you? Oh, Guar tickets. There you go. I think they got big heads, too, and tiny bodies. Guar is coming through to do a show at the House of Blues on November the 7th. So I will have tickets for you when we return here, and then another chance for you to grab some money. 3:30, I'll have another keyword for you to go fund yourself.
It's the Alan
right, here's a show for you. Gwar are going on their Scumdogs 30th anniversary tour, and they're taking Napalm Death out with them, and I Hate God. All three bands. Sunday, November 7th at the House of Blues. Tickets are on sale if you go to livenation.com. Any other info you need there is going to be available to you. This bear for you for caller 10. Good luck. 2 for Gwar and friends in just a few weeks, as a matter of fact. 216-578-1007 if you want them. Or 800-348-1007.
Pop quiz. How much crap can 270 minutes hold?
It might be crap, but we love it.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Napalm Death. Wow. That's a deep dive, son. I don't think they have any original members left in that band, but there they are. Can't go wrong with that. By the way, all this week, right around 5:20, I'll have those passes for you for people who are hitting me up. And to put you at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony, which is this Saturday night. These are courtesy of HBO, who airs the Rock Hall inductions in November. But you will be there for the whole shebang. The unedited version, with the Foo Fighters getting in, and Tina Turner and the Go-Go's and Jay-Z and Todd Rundgren and many more. They move this year to the Romo Fijo. Saturday night, HBO and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame presenting the inductions. They will air on HBO and HBO Max on Saturday, November 20th at 8 p.m. So 5:20 all this week. I will have a pair a day to put you at the Rock Hall inductions. If you have been before, I don't have to sell you on it. If you've never been, it's a lot of fun. I quite honestly don't know what the format of it is going to be this year with the new venue and everything, but I know in years past it's been a lot of fun. And to be there and to be part of it in the, every couple of years they deign to bring the induction ceremony back to Cleveland. They like to throw us a bone by coming here and doing it. And I'm sure that they lured them into continuing that agreement by moving it to the Romo Fijo. So we'll see how it all plays out, but I'll pass this for you a week. Cavaliers are in Denver tonight. They're going to play at 9 o'clock. If you're a Nuggets fan, that's fun for you. Carmelo Anthony and the Denver Nuggets, I believe.
No, he's a Laker now.
Oh. Carmelo Anthony and the, they'll play them too on this road trip.
I think they play them Wednesday or Thursday.
Mm-hmm. Some devotion to accuracy, thank you, from my former fellow Gen Xers. Forever is the Judy Blume book that's got the sex scene in it.
Sounds like Secret.
Not Deanie. Deanie, I think, is for little kids. But Forever would be the book by Judy Blume that has it. And a lot of people say that everybody remembers the Berenstein Bears wrong. Classic Mandela Effect. I don't understand the Mandela Effect. I hear people refer to that all the time.
It's when something is mispronounced so often that when you hear the right thing, not even just mispronounced, but when something is like so commonly misunderstood that when you hear it the right way, you're like, nah, that's not right. The other one is Oscar Mayer Wiener. It's not Oscar Mayer, it's pronounced Mayer.
No, you're thinking of John Mayer.
No,
the singer.
I swear. This, because that one blew my mind, is that it's actually supposed to be pronounced Oscar Mayer. Or no, maybe it's that
the
it's
commercials
not spelled,
always say Oscar Mayer.
It's Oscar Mayer. It's that it's spelled with an A. That's what it is. It's not M-E-Y-E-R. It's M-A-Y-E-R.
Yes, everyone knows that.
No.
Yes.
No.
Who doesn't know that?
That it's Oscar Mayer, but the way it's spelled, like everyone who you ask to spells it wrong.
It's the song. That's how people know O-S-C-A-R.
Yeah.
My baloney has a second name. It's M-A-Y-E-R.
I always said M-E-Y-E-R.
They gave you a handy song.
I always sang it wrong then.
M-E-Y-E-R.
Because when I just looked up the Mandela Effect not that long ago.
Mandela Effect, I get what they mean. When a group of people have false or distorted memories. But that just means people remembered something wrong.
That seems crazy that people would remember things wrong and then disseminate that information as if it was factual.
Well, no, but I mean, nobody's at 100% all the time. I don't understand why it gets a name, the Mandela Effect. I guess it's interesting, but, and it's named because tons of, what's the example everybody uses? That Shaquille O'Neal was...
No. It was that Sinbad was in a genie movie called Shazam.
Yeah.
That's not a real movie.
Not a real movie.
Okay.
What was it?
It was nothing.
It was nothing.
There was a commercial or something.
No.
So where did that come from? Where did Shazam come from?
Well,
Someone just invented
there
it?
was Kazam with Shaq, but that's different than Shazam with
Sinbad.
But
so they're conflating a guy named after a genie, playing a genie in a movie that sounds like Shaq.
So here's what it is. Nelson Mandela is who the theory is named after. He died in 2013. However, countless people distinctly remember him dying in prison in the 80s.
Right, because people are stupid when it comes to history.
Right.
How does that?
That's why it's named after this. Because everyone's like, no, he was dead in the 80s. And it was like, he was not dead in the 80s.
And those people have to be stupid because it was like, I don't know a lot about what's going on in the world, but I remember when he got released from prison, it was a huge deal.
Right.
So for anybody like, oh no, he died in prison, like, it was one of the biggest deals ever that he was released from prison, and then didn't he become president of South Africa or something?
Yes. So the Mandela Effect is, I mean, the Streisand effect is when you want something scrubbed from the internet that just makes it disseminate more, because years ago Barbara Streisand wanted a photo of her removed from the entire internet because she didn't like it. So I've heard of the Streisand effect. Again, I've heard of the Mandela Effect. I understand what it is. I just don't get...
It's just when so many people believe an incorrect thing.
But how do you know how many people believe an incorrect thing?
It's not a number. It's just that it's just so commonly put out, like the Berenstein Bears. So many people have said it wrong that when you hear it right, it just sounds weird.
I think this is something that perpetuates itself because people who aren't paying attention go, well, so many people do that. Like, I've never, ever heard anyone say they thought it was Oscar Mayer because there's a song. So people go, oh, a lot of people do that. No, they don't.
Well, there's a list of them on this page.
Yeah,
that's
Jiffy peanut butter.
Sex in the City instead of Sex and the City. It's dumb stuff. It's nothing that's important to life.
These are just people not paying attention.
That's what I'm saying.
This is like dads going, like Sex in the City or like
But the Steinfeld show. My grandma loves Steinfeld. People swear there was a Jiffy peanut butter back in the day, but we think they're combining Jif with its competitor Skippy. I've never heard anyone say, I loved Jiffy peanut butter.
Like this one guy I know, his parents would always call Jay Leno Jay Lendo, but it's like it's not.
I think that was Oscar Isaac's character in Dune.
Okay, it's little stuff like, okay, do you guys know if the Monopoly Man had a monocle or not? Like, if you were to look at
Mr. Peanut had a monocle.
If you were to look at two pictures, would you be able to tell which one is correct?
Yes.
He had a top hat.
He did have a top hat. You're right.
Mr. Peanut had a monocle.
Right.
And spats. Looney Tunes. No pants. They said Looney Tunes was spelled Tunes, but a lot of people think it was spelled Toons. Who thinks that? Like, how do they... This is what I don't understand. Like, I get what they're getting at here, but how do you come to the conclusion that so many people... Basically, they gave a name to people being dumb.
It's not dumb.
Well, it's not dumb because
it's
none of these...
attention to detail.
It's not dumb because none of these things are important. They're of no consequence.
No, not at all. That's what I mean. It's not affecting anybody. It's just like, like this one. Is it Cheez-Its or is it just Cheez-It? When I look at both pictures, I'm like, I don't know. Like when you look at it with a Z or without a Z, I'm like, I don't know if it's Cheez-It or Cheez-It.
It's Cheez-It.
Cheez-It with a Z.
Singular.
Okay, you guys
Cheez-It.
must pay more attention than I do. Because like when I'm seeing both of these pictures side by side of like the Fruit of the Loom emblem, they're like, does it have a cornucopia or not? And I'm like, oh, I honestly couldn't tell you. Most people are like, yeah, sure it does, when it never did. It's dumb stuff.
Yeah. I guess I'm just curious how it gets to them saying, these are examples of things that so many people thought were wrong. Like, well, did they? Like, it must have come from somewhere. They go, a lot of people think that Fruit Loops, the word fruit, was actually spelled like the word fruit and not F-R-O-O-T. Who thinks that? Like, these are things you grew up with. You see them all the time.
Well, that's what they wanted, Fruit Loops. So there was
two O's in each word.
Well, and I think with the Looney Tunes thing, my guess on that one is there was a show in the early 90s called Tiny Toons, and that was spelled Toons.
There you go.
And so they probably just assumed that, oh, this is the next generation of Looney Tunes. So I'm going to guess that it was spelled the same way back then.
So
and here's the issue with things like this happening in this country. Because I guarantee you this is confined to this country, right?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
You think that there's
I think this is everywhere.
You think that people in Africa have the Mandela effect?
Oh, don't do that. People in England.
It's named after him.
No, other big, very, like the United States and London and places like large, big.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
This is the only country where this would come to gunfire.
They don't call it
any one of these arguments. There was a hyphen in Kit Kat. No, there wasn't. It's one word, Kit Kat. No, there was a hyphen in Kit Kat.
They don't call it the Mandela effect in Africa, though. It's just they have a different. They probably call it like the Reagan effect or something like that.
No, they call it you're Nelsoning me.
Okay, what's the famous line from Forrest Gump where he's sitting on the park bench?
Life is like a box of chocolates?
It's not right.
What is it?
Life was like a box of chocolates. So people have said it incorrectly for so long that that's just what you think it is, when really it's like when
it's just I don't get why this has been elevated
like
to something.
Life was like a box of chocolates because he's reminiscing on what his life was like.
But that's the first time he said. But he says it a few times in the movie.
I'm just saying.
And I feel like that still seems wrong.
Okay, Snow White, it's the same thing that people say all the time when you're looking at a mirror. It's not mirror, mirror on the wall. It's magic mirror on the wall. But so many people have said it so wrong that when you hear magic mirror on the wall, you're like, no, that's not right. It's mirror, mirror on the wall.
But I guess my question is, why did just random misquotes get a name like the Mandela Effect?
Because Mandela dying in the 80s was a random misquote. You kill off people all the time.
Yeah, but I know I'm doing it. Like nobody.
No, you don't. You're always like, is that person dead? I think that person's dead. Oh, he's not dead. You never know you're doing it.
No, I don't. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. But I mean, but that's not. But that would be different than a whole lot of people think this guy's already dead. Like if I was just one of some huge group. That's just me being stupid. I don't call it the Alan Effect. Hey, you know when I accidentally kill somebody off? It's the Alan Effect, Bill. From now on, I'd like it to be called that. You know when you think a celebrity's dead and they're not? Ooh, it's the Alan Effect. A lot of people think it's corned beef when it's actually corned beef. I don't think people think that.
Yes, they do.
When I first moved to Ohio, I couldn't believe how every gas station had a sign in the window that said corned beef, and corned was in quotation marks. Yep. I go, okay, that's spelled correctly. Why is corned in quotation marks? Because that would imply it's not really corned, when it probably is, you know? Karaoke is not pronounced like teriyaki, it's karaoke. Oh, you don't have to tell me. Yeah, I had people crapping on my head every single time. That's why I finally switched to karaoke. I got tired of people telling me I was wrong. I go, no, but okay.
Because you're saying karaoke?
Karaoke.
I'm actually surprised.
But then you sound like a douche. Like, there's some things you just give up. You go, okay, I'm not a teacher. I'm trying to be correct here.
I'm surprised that you are, like, this seems like things that would hang you up.
No.
Little things like this.
Because it's not grammar. It's not proper English. It's just things that people misremember.
That's the thing with Alan Cox, is you never know what you're going to get.
You never know.
That was the thing with Alan Cox, Bill.
You're not dead yet.
Right. So there's a lot of things that people, like Trump won the election. There's just, Mandela Effect. There's all these dopes who think something happened, it didn't happen, whatever. Alan, I prefer to call it the Johnny Manziel Effect, when you drink so much it erases your ability to realize how bad a situation is. All right. How about the Alex Jones effect? You eat so much chili, you forget your children's names.
Birthdays.
Maybe they're names. I thought it was names.
It might have been names. I don't remember.
That's the Alex Jones effect. You can't remember if it was birthdays or names. I got some money to give here to you. It is $1,000. A chance for you to go fund yourself. You have up to 16 times a day to do this, so plenty of thousands of dollars. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword EASY to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's EASY to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Yep, don't forget to text the word hard to 200-200.
What?
I'm having the Mandela effect.
It's not the You're annoying.
Alan, I just looked up the Forrest Gump clip. Mary is incorrect. His life is like a box of chocolates.
I was just reading it off the website.
And this is what I'm saying. If there is next level trolling going on with this Mandela effect, right?
I didn't look into it.
A lot of people remember Nelson Mandela as being black. No, he wasn't. He was Irish. Luke never said Darth Vader never said, Luke, I am your father, okay?
He just said,
I am your father.
I am your father, yeah. R2-D2 has a silver leg. Not R2-D2.
In the middle?
Oh, what's the gold robot?
C-3PO.
C-3PO. That was one on the list. Nobody.
He has a what?
One of his legs is silver.
It is not.
That's what they said. That the
This
second
is what I'm
half
talking
of one
about.
of
They're
his
trolling
legs is
people.
silver.
The second half, after he's rebuilt
Knee
an
down.
empire?
No.
Probably after he's rebuilt an empire.
No
maybe.
clue.
Huh.
But he just said people who nobody, even the biggest Star Wars nerds, don't even know that his leg is
Yeah,
silver.
okay. Again, none of these things, they're all inconsequential.
Not one part of it
Right.
matters.
It's not. I wish people spent that much time on things that did matter.
I'm the opposite. Let's argue over Cheez-Its. I'm
No.
tired of coronavirus.
No. Not around here, because it'll have the same effect. Is it Cheez-Its? No, it's not Cheez-Its. It's singular. Hey, Dan.
Yes, sir.
What's going on?
Not much. The Mandela Effect. Quick question. You were raised Catholic, Mary's Christian, and Bill, he was in the Bible. Who laid down with the lamb?
Who laid down with the lamb?
I don't even know what
The
you're
lion.
asking.
Yeah. Right, but no. It says the wolf.
The wolf. Yeah, but
I
that
should
had
have made this
but
a
that had
Durant
hundreds of
question.
translations too.
But yeah, exactly.
Like virgin didn't mean Virgin Mary; it meant young.
But all those times were like lion and
Religion's
lamb, even with
religion's the original fake news anyway.
Yeah,
so what do you?
a lot of Mandela effect in
a
religion.
lot of Mandela effect in there.
But see, I graduated high school in 1982. I remember Mandela passing away in 1991.
There you go.
Mandela Effect.
There you go. All right.
It's supposed to have been in effect in 2012 when they turned on the collider.
Oh, and that's when the Aztecs were going to blow everything up. 2010. It all makes sense now.
Exactly.
All makes sense. Okay, thank you, Dan. Yeah, when 1,000 people believe something made up for a month, it's fake news. But when they believe it for 1,000 years, it's a religion. Hey, Joe in Philly, what's going on?
Yo, guys, what's up?
How are you?
Hey, I'd like to clear some things up about the Philadelphia sports fandom. We threw...
What was unclear?
Well, everyone's saying we threw batteries at Santa Claus. We actually threw snowballs at Santa Claus.
And booed him.
And we threw the batteries at J.D. Drew.
J.D. Through? Who was J.D. Through?
J.D. Drew.
No, J.D. Drew. He
Oh.
was actually like one of the top draft picks, like, I don't know, 2003.
Wouldn't it be
But-
great if you were a pitcher with the name Through? If you were, you're a pitcher for the Phillies, your name's J.D. Through. Great name. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
It's still true, though. Somebody did eat cow poop or horse poop when we did win the Super Bowl back in 2018.
it wasn't Aaron Goldhammer, was it?
No, it was not.
All right. Well,
Here's a fun thing that I like to do right now is try and watch Joe's Instagram stories because Joe finds dude, the stuff you find and put on your Instagram story is so uncomfortable, and like I can get through some uncomfortable stuff, but you find next level weirdo stuff.
Uncomfortable how?
Just cringe stuff. Like dudes just dancing in their living room, like old dudes without their shirts on, dancing out of time to music and just like thinking they're killing it. It's really uncomfortable stuff.
Joe always sends me like some wrestlers with like super tight singlets and it always shows off bulge. Appreciate that, Joe.
Hey, I try to please the people there, Pound Cake.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Listen, Pound Cake will never look down on anybody who's sending him bulge. So
Yeah, I mean, you can pretty much see the whole peen, which it really, for sports to be as homophobic as it is, there's nothing gayer than a guy in like a super tight singlet because you could literally see everything.
that's gay? Joe and I were both wrestlers.
But I would be afraid, like if that person is gay, I would be afraid to wrestle someone because you're not wearing a cup. Like you can see the veins. Like
yes, you're wearing a cup in wrestling.
You are?
Yeah,
yes, you're getting like knee. You don't want to get knees to the nuts, and you're throwing people around, and you're pulling moves and holds on them. And
so were those guys?
Joe, didn't you wear a cup when you wrestled?
I never wore a cup while I wrestled.
Boy, I did.
Since I think maybe like 2 years ago, I bought a cup and started wearing one.
I had to coil mine up in there like a burner on an electric
That's what I'm
stove.
saying. Well, the people that Joe sent me, there was no way because literally I could see where it was laying, like the shape, like it was a very yeah. There was
I guess
no cup.
I guess better for you if there's no cup. But when I was wrestling, I wore a cup.
Yeah. There's at least one very well-known two-time national champion who came out as gay maybe like 4 years ago from Ohio State. I will guarantee you he never popped a boner ever while wrestling.
No.
Why?
Because you're trying to beat the other guy. You're not trying to have sex with him.
That's intimidation.
It's a good thing Pound Cake wasn't a high school wrestler.
He's like, I don't want to wrestle this guy. Why? Because I'm big and scary? No, because he's got a rod right now.
He's got him in the fireman's carry. Pound Cake's like, ooh, fireman. All right, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, be safe.
All right, there's Joe in Philadelphia. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox
Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
In the crib, ma. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it
We were
like
watching the, speaking of Oscar Isaac being in Dune, he's also Gomez Addams in the Addams Family movies, the animated movies.
Ones that just,
yeah, they just
the
dropped the
last couple
sequel.
years,
Yeah. We were watching that over the weekend, and Snoop Dogg is Cousin It.
Nice.
Which is the tiny hairy. He's just covered in hair. And they give him a song at the end, you know, like Cousin It's rapping, but it sounds like Snoop Dogg. But if you remember the Addams Family show, Cousin It would just always talk in like this high-pitched gibberish. It's very clear in the movie that they had Snoop Dogg do his lines, and then they pitched it up and run it backwards. So it just sounds like gibberish, but you can't tell what he's saying. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, I got to record this movie. It's super nerdy of me. I go, I got to record these lines and then reverse them and see what he's saying. Because they're probably actual lines of dialogue in this movie. Snoop Dogg just turned 50, not even a week ago. His mom just passed away. He and Dre are having a rough couple of weeks. Snoop Dogg's mom died. Dr. Dre, he's in the middle of a messy divorce. His grandmother...
Messy.
His grandmother died, and his soon-to-be ex-wife's lawyer, process server, showed up to give him papers at his grandmother's funeral.
Oh, my God.
Guess
Come
they didn't forget
on.
about Dre. Hey.
Bill Squire, everybody. Thursday night in Tremont.
Yes, that's right. Free show. Free.
Well, it better
Free.
be. If those
Come
are
on, free. That's also on my podcast. Also free.
Snoop Dogg had little words of wisdom for his buddy Dre, though.
Do what you do best. Take that hurt, that anger, and that pain, and make magic. Make something beautiful out of it. That's what you're known for, cuz. You could always take pain, anger, frustration, anything that was negative, and you can get something positive out of it. That's why you the doctor. God working with you right now, boy. He working with all of us. You are a leader. They say Snoop Dogg is an icon. He's a god. He's a king. But there's one that I honor, and that's you. So take all of that negative energy, all that you're dealing with, the death, lawsuits, all that. Put it all in your mind and your spirit and make something magical.
Make something magical out of it.
I mean, he's a billionaire. He was on top of the world just a couple of years ago.
Listen, I don't care how much money you have. If you're even close to the money he's got, you're still going to be on top of the world. You're going to have to cut your ex-wife a massive check, and you're going to have to kick her some money every month. But they got some kind of prenup.
But they said they're not going to honor it. Like
yeah, but the messier these get, the more they go. Unless once you say screw it, that's off the table. But when the guy comes and tells you that you've been served, and not in the old school cool way, you know, when somebody shows you up, shows you what's up.
Dancing.
You got served. Right. Not in the old school cool way.
Not when you get out danced.
He's at his grandmother's funeral. But Snoop Dogg's mom, Beverly Tate, died. And he was doing a show in Boston just hours after she died. And of course, he did a big tribute to her. But he and Dre go way back. You know who else died? Was
Gunther.
Gunther from Friends.
Yeah.
The actor was James Michael Tyler. He played Gunther. Obviously, looked very different these days. But it wasn't that long ago. I think it was this past summer that he even came out with the announcement that he had prostate cancer. And that he wished that he had gotten checked sooner, I guess. And this is what a lot of these guys say. When they get to a certain age, they're like, yeah, by the time I got checked, I was stage 4 and there was nothing they could do. People remember Gunther, right, if you're a Friends fan?
Oh, yeah.
He was like the fifth Beatle. He was the guy that was...
he was in love with Rachel.
Doling out the coffees behind the counter at Central Perk.
Always good for a nice little quip.
What do you do when you're not working here?
You don't need to fill these silences.
Okay, thanks.
No, you can't go. Listen, if you want to go, just go.
No, she'll yell at me again.
Have you seen Chandler?
I thought you were Chandler. But, One of you's over there.
Yeah, they said that he was originally just not supposed to have any lines, or he was going to be a background character or something, but I guess they started throwing him in, and they liked his reads, and so they made him, what do they call him, the sixth friend? How many friends were there?
Seventh friend.
There were 6 friends already?
Yeah. 3 boys, 3 girls.
Huh. Yeah, he died from stage 4 prostate cancer.
If there's one piece of advice that I could give men out there to avoid where I am today, specifically, is get tested. Ask for a PSA test. My specific cancer went to the bones before it could be stopped, before I realized I had it. There are people working on this around the clock, around the world. And the Prostate Cancer Foundation, PCF, they do wonderful work.
This is why he said he didn't show up for the Friends reunion. He had been asked to be part of the Friends reunion that HBO Max did. And he said, I didn't want to make it a downer. Now, if only he had known what Matthew Perry was going to look like, he might have thought differently about that.
I'll be a little ray of hope.
They could have split the difference. He said, I didn't want everybody to say, oh, by the way, Gunther has cancer.
Yeah, the guy with cancer would brighten things up a little bit.
Yeah, I guess they got him on Zoom, but they asked him to be there in person, and he didn't want to do that. But if you don't want people freaking out at how you look or whatever, or talking about it, you think why be there at all? Aren't you going to look worse on Zoom than you would in person?
Yeah, but you can blame it on Zoom.
You can blame it on Zoom, but you can also...
Seriously, you could just be like, I had a bad connection or whatever.
No, but then when you die and they go,
option.
oh, he was sick, I mean...
But there's a little option on Zoom to enhance your appearance a little bit. So you do that.
Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
So Zoom has filters?
Yeah.
What are people pissing and moaning about Zoom meetings then? If you can make yourself look awesome...
Because people are doing things that
suck.
They're not supposed to be doing.
Or people forget that it's on and they're using the bathroom.
Well, no, I don't mean that. I mean just how you look. People complain, I hate Zoom meetings.
Well,
like,
because
if you can make yourself look great...
it doesn't make you look... It just kind of clears things up. But if you don't
it's
have
like an
good
Instagram
lighting,
smoother, right?
Yeah, if you don't have good lighting and you don't have a good angle, you can still look stupid. And there's also people that they really like complaining about things.
Yeah, I get that. But also, a couple of months into Zoom, or when they realized Zoom was probably going to stick around for a while, didn't everybody run out and get a ring light?
Not
I know I
everybody,
did.
No.
Really?
I did just for shows because I was doing so many Zoom shows.
Yeah.
But I know that people are not going to do that. Like, especially if their company's not paying for them. If they're like, I'm not going to go out and buy
They're like
equipment.
$30.
It doesn't matter. Have you met people? Like, people who truly...
I don't know. Yeah, I met people.
Hate their jobs where they're like, F you. If you want to buy me a computer and buy me a ring light, I'm not shelling out $1 to do this from home.
Yeah, okay.
I couldn't even imagine some people spending their money out of their own pocket for a job that they hated. No way.
Yeah, okay. So he showed up on Zoom for the Friends reunion, and you do not want to go through what I've had to go through, he said. So it was caught during an annual checkup in 2018, he said. He died at 59 years old, so still a young man when it comes to the big picture.
That stuff's scary.
Also,
man.
Frank Jackson's daughter died. Who was the mom? Who was the mom of his grandson who just got shot?
Oh my goodness!
So he's lost his daughter and his grandson in a very short period of time. Janice Jackson is Mayor Frank Jackson's daughter, and she was found unresponsive on Friday.
She died of a broken heart.
That's what I was thinking.
Maybe.
Man, that stuff happens, man.
Yeah, she didn't want to go on. Who knows? I mean, they're not giving any information, but his grandson, who was always in the news for something shady, like this kid was always getting in trouble, and he ended up getting shot and killed last month. So, yeah, there's been a lot of hard times in that family recently.
I hear these stories about, like, these spouses living together. They were their high school sweethearts, and they were married 45 years, and then one dies from, like, a heart attack or something like that, and then the other one dies, like, 2 days or, like, a week later from, like, oh, nope, she checked out. She was fine. There's no cause of death. And I'm like, wow, you're really, like, emotionally attached to that person.
It's all you known for however long, you know?
I always think it's because the real story is that, like, he didn't know where she put his medicine. She did everything for him for 50 years, and then she put his heart medicine somewhere, died before she could tell him where.
I don't think
We're half joking, but I mean,
I'll die before I wash a dish in this house, lady. That's
Thump.
a woman's job.
That's right.
Turns out he was a cokehead the whole time, and we just didn't find out. So he just died of an overdose after his wife died.
Yeah, he was a 95-year-old cokehead.
There's 95-year-old cokeheads.
There's not 95.
There are not 95. Well, unless they started the day before their 95th birthday. But I imagine that at that point, your heart can't handle that.
No.
There's not old drug users.
No.
No,
There's
not that old.
drug users.
Not that
Not
old.
necessarily that drug.
But they have like liver spot medication.
What's
Things
the-
like that.
They're getting high on statins.
Right.
Nah,
Blood thinners.
What's the oldest recreational drug user you think is out there?
There
Willie
might be
Nelson,
some old,
Iggy
I was
Pop.
gonna say there might be some old weed smokers.
I'm not talking about weed. Ain't no
Nobody-
damn drug.
Heroin addicts don't make it to 95. First of all, people who use coke, you're not gonna make it that old.
What if their body is just like immune to that? Like I've been
not. That's not how
using
drugs
for
work.
35 years.
If
and
it was
it's
immune,
never harmed me.
If it was immune to it, why would they continue to do it?
And if it was immune
I'm saying
to
I'm
it,
immune to die. Like I can't overdose on this. I always go my
Wait,
perfect
they're
amount of
immune to the
dosage.
bad stuff, but they feel the effects of the good stuff? All right. Anywho,
Nah,
there
well,
are
you
no
know
no
such thing as overdoses.
there are no 95-year-old cocaine or heroin addicts.
If you're a cocaine or heroin addict and
But
you're
start
over
the-
the age of 60,
Start writing the script
Mm-hmm.
right now.
95.
Netflix will probably cut you a big check for that.
You can't even barely see.
Colon, old addict.
I got addicted to cocaine back when it was in the cola, and I never stopped.
That's right.
I'm telling you, man, like
No,
there's some
Cody.
veterans out here that can like these young kids don't know how to keep their weight up. Like I've been using coke for 30 years and it never harmed me.
That's why you had all these veterans, like after Vietnam and things like that, who would die from heroin overdoses. But there were also
Bunch of sissies.
No, there were a lot of Vietnam vets.
What's that?
There is and it's
Jeez.
there is a school of thought, and again, I don't know how based in science it is, but I've read some on it, where guys who were in Vietnam and did heroin in Vietnam would come back and didn't do it at all. They weren't heroin addicts. They were like, you were there and it was something you did to kind of numb yourself against whatever. But there was this transition where they were like, we were on it because it was there. But when we came home, we didn't continue to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that means in the grand scheme of things. But there
When
were
you're
guys.
gay in jail, but when you get out, back to straight.
Same thing. You're getting injected with something.
It's hard to quit.
So when
For some people.
some of these guys would come back and they would continue to do it, they would die. It didn't kill them in Vietnam. Killed them over here.
Well,
Just
because it
the
was probably
situa-
cut with a bunch of different stuff over here than it was over there.
Well, I don't know anything about that. I'm just saying. I mean, just the
addiction grew, I think.
addiction of it or whatever. But there were guys. None of them were. You know, my dad. I kept him from going to Vietnam, but I mean, he was enlisted and got his orders and all that kind of stuff. It was only me being born that kept him from going over. But he's in that age group. He's in his mid-70s, right? There are no 76-year-old heroin addicts. There are no 76-year-old guys doing cocaine on the regular. If you know someone, please text me because I would love a real,
A regular,
yeah.
not just like, it's New Year's Eve, let's do a bump. Like, that's a cool grandpa, you know what I mean? But like,
That's a cool grandpa.
Right. I mean,
Robert De Niro played him in the movie. Yeah.
that's not what an
Keith
addict
Richards.
is.
Again, Keith Richards, I think, by the way, is sober and has been for a while. His reputation precedes him, but he was a drinker.
What do you think is
I bought Keith Richards' autobiography in Ireland years ago, and I think I'm about 10 pages into it, so I should really finish that. So I'm sure there are Rolling Stones fans who know all about this, but I don't know that Keith Richards is a heroin user.
Actively using
I don't
cocaine.
think, yeah, that's the case.
What do you think
Right.
is the oldest person that can do coke and just be like, I'm still partying, I'm still young? What, in their 50s? Can't do coke after 60?
I think probably north of 60 is when you got to slow it down with the coke. Because I try to think of like movie producers and things like that, like Hollywood people is what I see.
They're just sitting down doing meetings. They're like, so anyways, I really want you to do this movie.
No, that's why these rockers who did cocaine as younger people, they get older and their heart just stops. Because even though they stopped it a while ago, it damaged their heart.
It takes years off your life.
Yeah, so they just die of a heart attack. Not because they did a bump or anything. I don't know.
I also like that we were talking about 90-year-olds doing cocaine, and Pound Cake said they've been doing it for 30 years, so in their 60s, they're like, all right, it's time. Let's
Now
get into
is
some
when it
cocaine.
is. You know what, though? We were talking about that, having kind of like a gloom and doom, my sister and I, conversation about death and all that kind of stuff, and I was like, bro, if I found out I had stage 4 cancer, I'd do it all. If I knew there was no saving it, there's no way I'm going to come out of this. I'm going to die. I'm trying every drug. All of them. A DMT, heroin. I'm starting to drink again. I don't care.
To what end? Just to do them?
To do them. And if I get addicted, so what? I'm dying in 2 months anyway.
Yeah, but you hear
You know
about
what I
those people, but you also hear about those people that get a cancer diagnosis and they sell everything and blow all their kids' money, and then they go, "We misdiagnosed you."
Man, that's not common.
If you got
I didn't say it was common, but when you see one of those stories where like this couple, the guy gets, they both diagnosed with something. They're like, we're blowing all our kids' money. We're going to go, live the life we always wanted. And then they come back to nothing because they go, ooh. When my dad was diagnosed, I was living in Chicago again. So we're talking 07, 06, 08. He was diagnosed with a form of cancer. And they told my mother that it's time to get things in order.
Yeah.
Because he probably, if he makes Christmas, he won't make much past that. My dad's alive today.
Yeah.
And essentially in remission. So
I mean, like hey, this is real bad. Like you
got all the opinions. You got second opinions.
Unequivocally, this is terminal. Okay.
Yes, this is terminal.
You got 2 months.
2 months to live. I think I don't even know if it would be my first few weeks I do that or my last few weeks. Because there's other things I want to do. But I would definitely am trying drugs.
It's somewhere on the list.
Yeah. You wouldn't do that? You wouldn't just to see what...
I wouldn't. First of all, I've done a lot of drugs. I've done the drugs...
You've done DMT?
I've done the drugs I've wanted to do. So...
Okay, but the drugs you want to do now with kids in a life are different than the drugs you want to do knowing you've got nothing to look forward to. That's what I mean.
I'm not clamoring to do drugs right now with a kid and a wife.
That's what I mean.
Irrespective of a kid and a wife, I'm not clamoring to do drugs.
So that's
you're going to die in 2 months.
You're going to die in 2 months. You're not going to try meth once. Just to see what it's about.
My response to a terminal diagnosis would not be drugs.
I didn't say it would be my only response. It would be one of them.
That's fine. It would not be one of mine.
Because it's like, this is good enough to ruin people's lives. I don't have much of a life left. Let's check it out.
It's good. Yeah, it's good enough the first couple times, and then it ruins your life.
A couple times.
You don't know? Well, I know. Okay, so a couple of months.
2 months. You have 2 months to live.
Yeah. Well, here's how I look at that. You could kill yourself with an overdose before the 2 months are even up.
But you're going to die anyway. So what's the difference?
But wouldn't you want the 2 months? Or you don't care when you die?
I'm going balls to the wall.
Okay.
If I know for a fact I have 2 months to live.
So they say you have 2 months and you go, hold my beer. I'll get it done in 48 hours.
I'm going to go find heroin right now.
Nah.
You kidding me?
No, listen, you should live your life however you want to live it.
Yes, I'd say I love you to my nieces and nephews, okay? Like, whatever.
As you're strapping in. Mary's undoing her rig.
Honey, can you
she's
inject
like,
this for me?
Yeah, honey. Just when I got that blue and purple splotch creeping up, I got to
Yeah.
go for the main vein now. In between my toes, honey. Not those toes, the other toes.
No, and I know that it's different when you have, kids. And I would spend time with my family as well. But when I go home to my own
Oh, I'm
bed
sure
at
there are
night-
plenty of people, the wife and kids, say, screw it. They would do the exact same thing you would do.
Listen, I'll spend the day with my loved ones in Hawaii or something.
Yep.
And I'm going to go home and do a little crack.
Yep.
Just a little bit. Just
A
enough.
little crack.
Hey, listen, I'll
Some
tell you what.
jumbo.
I was talking with someone the other night. I was like, if the Browns win the Super Bowl, I'm smoking crack that night.
You won't need it, though, because you'll already be so amped up.
I'm celebrating. I'm smoking crack. The Browns won the Super Bowl. I'm smoking some crack.
I think I probably will try some crack too. I'm like,
Right?
listen, once the world has gone to hell, like hell has froze over.
You got 2 months to live.
I'm turning into a crackhead.
I had a friend on my podcast, and she was very open with the fact that she tried crack and loved it.
I mean, if you
She
like
said
Coke,
it's great.
it makes sense.
How long does the high last?
20 minutes.
Okay, that was quick. I asked
It's
a friend.
not a fast thing. I mean, it's not a long thing. That's why it ruins their lives, because one hit doesn't. Yeah.
I asked a friend because I was like talking to someone who said that they got fired because they failed their drug test. I was like, damn. I was like, you had like, how often do you smoke weed? She was like, oh, it wasn't weed. And I was like, well, what was it? She was like, Coke. I was like, how long does that stay in your system? She was like, 3 days. I'm like, she answered it fast.
That goes fast.
And then I was like, you couldn't not get high for 3 days? She was just like, well, I got high and I forgot I had a job interview and it was already there. I was like, okay.
Who's this dumb friend? She sounds fun.
Yeah, she is fun. But
Hey, Betty.
It's Betty Ford.
Yep.
What's going on?
I was calling to let you know that my dad, he actually just passed away a few weeks ago.
Quitter.
He was 78, and he was still doing cocaine.
78.
I mean, people point out that William Burroughs, the writer, he did heroin into his 80s. I mean, he died in his early 80s, but he was doing heroin as an older man.
That's crazy.
And so, and why was he doing that?
I have no idea.
Felt like it?
And I don't know when he started, you know what I mean? But yeah, he was, when we were cleaning up his room, we were finding straws and all kinds of fun stuff.
Wow. All right. Well, I guess that's one way to go, right?
Yeah, on top.
Yeah. On top, Mary said.
Kidding me?
Okay, thank you, Betty. Alan, I won't lie, meth is very fun.
That's what I'm saying. There's got to be something to it if it's ruining this many lives. And again, I'm not condoning this. This is I have 2 months to live, and there is absolutely no coming out of it.
Blaze of glory.
Right.
I do coke so I can work longer, so I can earn more, so I can do more coke. I do coke so I can work longer, so I can earn more, so I can do more coke.
Meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl.
Mary's shopping list when she gets a terminal diagnosis.
Right.
Meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. Meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl.
I have Rick on hold that just says, wants to talk about crack.
Oh, I like
Meth,
that.
heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl.
You ready to take some notes, Mary?
I'm ready.
Cocaine.
I do have to take a break, though, if Rick wants to hang on.
Cocaine.
I'm going to have those Black Label Society tickets for you on the way back here. They are doing a show in November at the House of Blues with Prong and Obituary. I'm going to be there. If you want to be there, November 15th is when it goes down. I will have a pair of tickets for you after this break, and then another $1,000 coming up. Chance for you to go fund yourself at 4:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
Society. Zach Wild and Company back with Obituary and Prong. It goes down Monday, November 15th at the House of Blues. You can go to livenation.com for details on the show. It's going to be a wild one, man. Caller 10. These tickets are yours. I'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Now you can enjoy that sickening middle of the night. What am I gonna do with my life? Feeling in the afternoon.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I'll have more money for in a minute. 4:30, another keyword for you to go fund yourself. It's about 9 minutes from now. I'll shot for you to grab some of that money. Cavaliers will play tonight. I think it's the first game in about a week and a half long. Not week and a half. They're back a week from Wednesday. Well, week-long road trip. They are in Denver to play the Nuggets tonight. That is a 9 o'clock tip-off here on MMS. So that pregame will get going about 8:30. And then 9 o'clock, Cavs Nuggets here on MMS. Your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. This week, our friend Roy Wood Jr. will check back on the show. He's going to be premiering his new hour on Comedy Central on Friday night. It's called Imperfect Messenger. And then Wes Scantland from Puddle of Mud will be here on Friday to play live for you. And we'll get to the bottom of all of it. Puddle of Mud doing a show Friday night at the Odeon. So, looking forward to that. Mary will be here.
I will.
And see how that goes. Hey, Rick.
Hello, Mr. Cox.
Thank you for hanging on, Rick. What's going on?
Hey, man, you know I'm going to hang on for this show.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Okay, about crack. May is right. No, she is.
Which part?
But they continue doing it because they want to get that first rush. So
yeah, but you have fun for about a half an hour and then
20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
And then they try to get that first rush again, so they continue. I know people on that all night long. No sleep, no water, no eat nothing. I mean, guys, it's going to kill you.
Well, what did they always say, though, back in the day? They might still say it, Rick. What did they always say? The first taste is on me.
Yeah.
Right? You got a guy dealing. First one's free, because they know that's all you need to get you going.
That's what other drugs, like when people put stuff in their arm, they try to get that first rush again.
Yeah, I was chasing it.
Mm-hmm.
That's called chasing the ghost.
Or the dragon, or whatever your particular... anyway,
same thing.
Yeah, same thing. But, yeah, I don't know. You know, Mary has referred to herself as... And again, this is all under the umbrella of her having a terminal illness.
Right. I'm just going to go do this next week.
I don't think Mary's doing none of that.
No.
But she's right. They trying to get that first rush.
What about crocodile, that Russian stuff that makes your skin peel off? Makes your skin peel right off your body.
I don't hear much about that no more. What is wrong with people?
Listen, the human condition requires that people will always find a way to kind of get out of their own heads and into something else, right? Another plane of existence.
Ideas like that create that stuff.
Tale as old as time.
Okay, like I know. Okay, you know snipper. They use snip glue, and for a long time they talking about they get high off of air conditioner and pet. I'm like, okay, they huffing.
Because some people get easily bored. They're always looking for a new thing.
And do they not know it's gonna kill them, or they just don't give a damn?
I think they don't care.
Well, there's a difference between caring and playing the odds. And what are the odds you're going to die from trying something one time? I'd argue probably pretty low.
I tell you the odds, you're going to die.
Well, eventually we all will. I mean, that's what I've heard from people over the past year saying, well, you got to die sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heart attack, stroke, something like that. But when you know you messing with something dangerously. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, what do you want me to say, man? You know, some people, they...
I'm not asking. I'm trying to just pull out from it. It's crazy.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Yes, it is crazy.
I mean, I don't know what the hell.
But you're keeping your nose clean, Rick.
Man, I don't even smoke weed no more. I told you that.
I know.
I
know. You're just back there drinking Prosecco with your ladies or whatever you're doing.
No, I don't drink no hard liquor. No.
All right.
I go out. I might take a 2 triple, but separate. My thing is beer and good wine or champagne.
Beer, good wine, or champagne. What about the champagne of beers?
No, I don't drink that.
Okay. All right.
But no, really, man, people need to quit that. Well, some people don't care. That's the way they want to throw their life away. Hey, I can't.
People are very complex, Rick. Very complex.
Yeah, man, I don't know, Alan.
Yeah, well.
They're going in a hell basket and they don't even care that they're going.
Long as you're staying alive and staying happy, Rick, we're happy here.
Oh, believe me. I'm going to be around for a long time.
Yeah, I'm counting on
The
it.
reason I'm going to be around a long
You're the
time,
beneficiary of my will, so I'm counting on it.
just why I'm going to be around a long time to be able to call to the Alan Cox Show.
There you go. All right, thank you, Rick. I appreciate the call. Thank you, pal. Stay safe out there.
You say neither, and I say
you know
either.
You know,
neither.
Stop me here about.
Let's call the whole thing off. Yes, you like potato, and I like.
Wow.
You like tomato, I like.
What's wrong with you, Cavalier?
Potato.
You can get it, right?
Tomato.
Why?
Let's call the whole thing off.
I mean, all the things that we laugh at over the years, whether they're, I think, more contemporarily, they take the form of maybe TikTok challenges and things like that. But, you know, over the years, it was like, remember when butt chugging was supposedly a thing, and you know,
supposedly
they're dipping. I could never figure out if that tampons and vodka. I never figured out if that was urban legend or not, or you know,
people did it.
Even if it's urban legend, you'll have 1 or 2 people that will try something.
Right.
But
That's how I hydrate. I don't do it with vodka. I do it with Gatorade.
Tampon, Gatorade soaked tampons.
What color?
Yeah.
Put them right up there. Ice, Mary, of course. Ice.
Yeah, you don't want anything.
Ice in the arse.
You don't want anything that's going to make you think that you're having other problems.
That's
you don't
true.
want anything red or orange.
You don't want to add to the issues.
Whoops! I was just here to
Trying to hydrate.
to get high. I'm putting the high in hydrate.
I do have a nice little. It was on my story this weekend. If you want the blue toilet water, get some blue mouthwash, and then when you're done with it, spit in the toilet. Boom! You got the fancy toilet water.
Or you could just get the thing and put the thing in your tank. Yeah,
I don't know where they sell those, and I don't know how to acquire
Anywhere?
it.
CVS?
It's not
Dollar
in the sections I go to, so
store.
I guess I'm never going to do that. And why waste money on that when I can just spit the mouthwash into the toilet and have the blue water?
Yeah, you could do that.
So,
well, the Gatorade's probably cheaper than the scrubbing bubbles, right? Those little hockey pucks that you put in your tank.
Well, I'm not using Gatorade as mouthwash.
Oh,
the
yeah,
hydrate.
mouthwash. Yeah, okay, yeah, mouthwash.
The Gatorade goes.
So
in the
yeah,
poop chute.
you take a swig of mouthwash.
Mm-hmm. You gargle it like you would.
Gargle it like
But
you
instead
would.
of spitting it down your sink and wasting it,
you
spit into your toilet. Boom.
Well, my
2,000 flushes all of a sudden.
My mouthwash is purple. And by the way,
that still looks fancy.
But that accounts for 1 flush.
Yeah, but if
2,000.
I don't have a lot of people coming over, so it doesn't matter. It's really just for me. So that the next time I go look at my fancy blue water.
That is a nice
Fancy.
that is a fancy hack though, right? If you know you have someone coming over and if you have someone coming over, you're really killing 2 birds with 1 stone here.
Yep.
You need fresh breath. So you do a quick swig.
Yep.
And then you spit that in. You greet them with fresh breath.
Yeah.
And then when they have to go to the bathroom, they go, look how fancy this is.
Well, it smells like Bill's mouth.
This toilet smells just like Bill's mouth. That's really the connection you want to draw, too, when you've got a female caller coming over. Didn't you have somebody coming over this weekend?
She came over last Thursday.
Yeah!
And then she's coming over again tonight.
There you go. Now, are you going to, now that, is she going to be hip to this whole spit in the mouth, wash in the toilet thing?
I mean, I don't know, but it's not a secret.
Okay.
It's, it's my way of helping people save a little money.
I understand.
Yeah.
Take
Bill's
umbrage
toilet / breath hacks.
with the fact that you think that toilet water is fancy, because I associate it with like that toilet's so dirty all the time that they had to install something to make sure it constantly had a cleaner
it's fancy.
in it.
I've got these little gel.
The dirtiest bars I worked at had blue toilet water.
Well, that's a bar.
That's what I associate. I don't associate it with fancy. I'm like, they're trying to cover up the smell of vomit and diarrhea.
No, the blue toilet water is like in a home is always like a freshly cleaned home.
It's nice.
Like it's not like the toilet's dirty and then the water's blue. The toilet's clean.
No, I know.
And then the water's nice and blue.
I've never seen that in a residential home.
You've never seen it looks like a tank of barbicide in there?
No, I've only ever seen it at one specific bar I worked at. We put those in the tank, so it was basically constantly bleaching the toilets.
I've never seen blue water in a bar.
Yeah.
I've never seen it in a bar either.
I've seen the pink urinal cakes.
That's something I
but how often
specifically associate, because most bars also don't have a tank toilet. They have the industrial ones like we have here,
bolted to the floor.
Yeah.
No, you're not. See, I was working in like a divey bar in Toledo.
Oh, that has like a residential toilet in it.
Just two stalls with regular toilets in them.
Yeah, I can't believe you've never seen anybody like that's.
I don't
that's
think
the mark
I've
of like
seen...
the pristine suburban bathroom is the blue toilet water. Like if you're having a house party, like when we were growing up, we didn't always have that, but if we were having people over, like we were having like a big get together, my mom made sure that our toilet water was
Does it smell like
blue.
chemicals?
Bill, come in and swish your mouth and spit it in the tank, all right? It was Mrs. Squire who got this hack on him.
It's just, it's not that strong where it's like you're walking in there like smelling chemicals. It's just it's not really that fragrant.
See, I don't need the color, but I like the scent. So I've got these things that are like gel tablets.
I've had those.
And I stick them to the inside of the toilet bowl.
Yeah, you can't
And then
even
when the
see
water flushes, that's right, like under the lip. And so
Yeah.
it smells nice, but the water's still clear.
I've used those before. We
I
had
like
those
those a
at my
lot.
dad's house.
Yep.
That's when I moved in with my dad in high school. I was like,
Come in like a
this-
big syringe.
Yeah, and you
know.
just like plop it in there, and then
That's
it's
right.
good for a month or whatever. And when you notice it's gone, you put another one
It's
in.
like a jelly mint on the inside of your toilet bowl. I've got to give you some money here. It's $1,000, a chance for you to go fund yourself. About 30 past every hour, just about 16 chances a day. So plenty of chances for you to grab some of this money. So good luck. I hope you win.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword GRAND to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's GRAND to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, Mark.
Hello.
What's going on?
How's everybody doing?
How are you?
Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to add my 2 cents about my addiction problems, and thank God that I'm still alive and still kicking. And I listen to your show every day, including the best of. And
Hey, thanks.
I was able to go to a few of Mary's shows over at Gordon Square. And I really, really love all of your guys' comedy. But, I was so addicted that and I hate to say it, growing up in the mean streets of Cleveland Heights, I became a pretty bad crackhead. And I had a couple strokes, and I'm doing well now. And it's just it's a scary thing. It's a scary.
Hey, Mark, just because I don't know, what is the line between crack user and crackhead? What's that day where that you flip the switch, and you're like, well, I guess I'm a crackhead now.
I was addicted to a couple things. Thank God I never put a needle in my arm, but I think the first time I tried crack, I was addicted to it.
You knew you were cracking like, this is what it's
See,
like.
this is what I think. This is.
I'd be high for like.
This is what I think
1
accounts.
minute.
This is what I think accounts for at least a small percentage. I think most of the people who are anti-vaccine are just pissy whiners. But I think what accounts for a small percentage is people are scared of needles. Like if you were able to give it to them in a nasal spray, because like Mark says, you got all these people who do all kinds of drugs, they just won't shoot it.
Yeah.
So they're like, I don't care that I'm putting all this stuff into my body, but man, I don't want a needle in my vein. Like in their brain, they goes, well, I'm not going to cross that line. It's a weird mental thing that people have where they're like, I'll do all this stuff, just won't put a needle in my arm to do it.
Yeah, I mean, even when I was donating plasma to get money, and this is after I got sober, I was like, I had to get a job, and I was like, oh, I could give plasma, but I don't think I could stick it in anybody's arm. You know, stick a needle in it. But
giving plasma's no joke either, though. Like that's a thick needle.
Yeah,
when
it's
they
heavy
go in
duty.
there.
Yep.
That's not like getting the vaccine. Like the vaccine's like a little tiny thing, but if you're getting
I'm glad
plasma,
I'm glad I even quit doing that, because I've had nurses go like, well, if they give you $500 every time you do it, I'm like, no, they're not quite giving you that much.
Right. But you're doing okay now,
I
Mark?
really appreciate you guys. You guys help me out a ton. Just keep me laughing through the day.
Wait, how much do they give you for plasma?
I think you got about, if you went twice a week, you got about $60.
Oh,
yeah, nobody getting rich on that. All right, hey, thanks, Mark.
No. All right,
thank you, pal.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
What about pouring a packet of blue Kool-Aid in the toilet, or like just a drop of blue food coloring?
Yeah.
But then I gotta buy it. That's what you guys.
But you gotta buy mouthwash.
Yeah, but I already bought it. Like I have that, and then it's dual purpose. That's what I like. Like I don't want to just waste blue Kool-Aid on putting it in the toilet. And if I was gonna buy that, then I might as well just buy one of those things that goes in the toilet that's meant for this.
What if you put bleach in your bidet hose? would you end up
that would be
bleach in your beehole or anything?
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's not.
So you could save money on that procedure too.
But I don't need that procedure because no one's looking at my beehole.
Well, then listen, somebody's coming over tonight.
Yeah, but
the day is still young.
Yeah, but that's not. She's not coming over for that.
How do you know?
She doesn't want to look at my beehole.
Well, I mean, it might require a conversation, but why not?
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
Mm-hmm. That's why there's so much bleach in the area. Alan, I just started donating plasma again today, and they're paying $100 a pop for your first 8.
Ooh.
Yeah, they put a real railroad spike in your arm, boy, when you donate plasma.
$100 a pop.
You can get those blue hockey pucks from the friggin' dollar store, so anybody can be fancy. That's what I said. You go to the
I never
Dollar
associated
Tree.
this with a fancy thing.
But this is also contingent on you remembering that you want those, remembering that
It
you
seems
need
like
them.
you've spent a lot of time thinking
Yes.
about this.
I don't think about it. That's why I was like, oh,
The
I'll just
mouthwash.
use mouthwash.
Yep.
Because it's not anything I ever remember when I'm at the store. I don't make lists when I
But
go.
then it's going to be splashed up all on the sides of the toilet.
You'd think that, but it doesn't because I am a good spitter.
438. Make a note of that.
Good
All
spitter,
right.
good spitter, good
spitter. You didn't call her for the get down on Friday, did you?
I was
tried to, but she was
actively
pooping.
Dude.
I was
that get down would have helped you get it out too.
I sent him a picture of me on the toilet, like I'm not answering this phone call because I am in the middle of a poop right now.
I went all out on.
He threw his shoulder into it on Friday.
Good man. I
I
mean,
had people messaging me like, "Man, that one got my weekend started in the right way."
That's how you do it. Mm-hmm. Hey, Jim. Hello.
Yo, what's going on?
How are you, Jim?
Oh, I'm good. Just got out of work.
Oh, good for you.
Do you do anything fun, Jim, for a living?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
It's work and it pays the bills, so I guess that's fun. But
there you go. Yep.
First of all, though, by the way, pooping and being on the phone, I mean, what a better time to be on the phone, because what else are you going to do?
You're not doing anything else. Mary over here and her excuses.
He puts the phone up to the microphone, and the last thing I need to hear is a little plop going out over the air. Come on.
It wasn't going to go out over the air.
No, the way I was yelling,
And
you
you
wouldn't
could-
have heard it.
And you could pinch, too, until he was done.
I'm not pinching anything.
30 seconds.
All right. Got Lady Godiva over here. You're so fancy. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, so anyway, I was just going to offer a little insight into plasma donation. I've done it before. They always have, like, introductory offers, and you can get up to, like, $800 in 2 weeks if you're, like, a first-time donor. And then if you stop and don't donate for a while, they'll send you emails and invite you back to donate again and offer you like an additional $600 for your first 4 donations. You basically have to, the stipulation is you have to follow through and donate X amount of times in the time frame, and then they just direct deposit money onto like a special card that they give you at the facility. So
it's like Columbia House, but for plasma.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And if you you and a spouse are going to do it, it's a quick way to make $1,600 in 2 weeks.
Yeah, a little Christmas money.
I was going to say,
Also-
hey, our anniversary is coming up, honey. Let's go donate plasma.
I think this is a great way to go on a first date.
Donating plasma.
Donating plasma.
You
There
see
you
who
go.
someone really is.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, good. Thank you,
That's
Jim.
all.
Thank you, pal. I appreciate the call. Alan, just put Kool-Aid in the toilet, and then you can quench your thirst right then and there. How about that?
I don't like to drink Kool-Aid, though. Too much sugar.
What about
You don't have to add
what
sugar
about
to it.
Weilers?
I still don't want. I'd rather just drink water. I'll
Yeah,
just
you don't
drink
add
the plain
sugar
toilet
anymore, do you?
water.
It's just the sugar's in it?
No, there is no sugar in a Kool-Aid packet.
Oh, no,
You
I know.
add sugar to the jug, to the pitcher.
Yeah, that's what he said. But if you don't add the sugar, then it tastes like food coloring.
So you can't say, I don't like
He can
Kool-Aid,
say
it's too much
whatever he
sugar.
Because I'm not going to drink toilet water.
Mary, do you remember going to the District of the Capitol?
I went to the District of the Capitol, and I think I'm
And
too good for this show now, to be honest with you.
No, the free
I
exchange of
was-
ideas. It's a free exchange of ideas around here.
I was amongst senators and lawmakers, and now we're having toilet bowl Kool-Aid conversations.
Yes. You were in the same town as senators
I
and
was
lawmakers.
amongst them.
Yeah, I was amongst them, and they were amongst me.
I was
That's
a member
right.
of Congress.
Mm-hmm.
I made a bill
Yep.
into a law.
And now you came back and you're arguing with the bill. Alan, is it a
Just a
donation if
lonely
you're
old
getting
bill.
paid? Yeah, I never understood that either. Donate plasma.
No, they're
You can
buying
make
it
this,
from you, yeah.
Right, you make this amount of money by donating. Okay, listen, I got a break here. If you want to get a text 35192 to do that, you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to send a text. That's where to do it. And watch the show you can at alancoxshow.com. Thank you to Badr Dotterton for helping out today in the video department. Cavaliers tonight in Denver, the first of a week-long road stretch. They'll play the Nuggets 9 o'clock tonight here on MMS. 8:30 if you want to get the full experience. That's when your pregame will start. And then tip off at 9 o'clock. You can listen to it here on MMS. You can also listen to it on the iHeartRadio app if you're so inclined. Hold on. They said that the autopsy, and I don't think that this should come as a shock to anybody, that the autopsy on Brian Laundrie was inconclusive.
Wait, they found the whole body?
Well, what they found, they weren't the coroner was not able to make a determination as to how he died. No manner or cause of death determined. The lawyer says that a forensic anthropologist will further examine the remains, which I infer from that there wasn't really much left. And eventually they'll be cremated. His family has said there will be no funeral. Because what are you going to do?
Don't need people protesting outside.
What are you going to... Well, I mean, again, people protesting seems weird as, you know, how many people protesting would actually know Gabby Petito or Brian Laundrie?
That's why... None of them. Yeah.
Brian Laundrie's father asked reporters to please let me grieve with my family. Sam Morrell, I thought, had the best take on Brian Laundrie.
Brian Laundrie, you know how they found out he was dead is they did a dental check and they were like, this is the only body we found in Florida with teeth. So this is...
That's how you know, open and shut case.
Well done.
Doesn't mean that the investigation is over. They say investigators will keep examining crime scenes for evidence and clues. They're still trying to figure out, you know, fill in some blanks on the Gabby Petito end of the investigation. And, of course, conspiracy theorists having a field day with it, saying that Brian Laundrie's parents planted his teeth.
I said that.
You said baby teeth.
I said, yeah, that's what I said. I said they had some of his teeth. I didn't assume they had his adult teeth.
I think these people somehow think that, you know. So, by conspiracy theorists, of course, I mean our own Mary Santora.
Man.
And we'll see what happens.
Me and Q are getting close. You don't even know about
She
us.
does not get enough credit for being right there. She went to D.C. for what? Sure, to perform, quote unquote.
At the Improv.
But all of the stories were about her going to national monuments, checking the place out,
having meetings,
doing reconnaissance.
The handstands were just to throw people off the scent.
Handstands?
I did handstands around.
You did handstands around Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
Oh.
And
And how did that go?
Great. I put it on my Instagram, and I thought.
But weren't all your photos upside down then?
No. I didn't take a picture in a handstand.
Oh, now that would have
You
been.
know how hard that
would have been great.
I'm very excited for the time that you do one of these handstand pictures and you're like, well, my phone got stolen while I was posing for a handstand.
Yeah, what do you
I
do?
thought about that. I just propped it up against my book bag and walked over and did a handstand.
Walk over to a handstand, which I imagine you don't get right up. There's probably a couple of
I
attempts.
set it to video.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
But it's still sitting there. Plenty of time for somebody to swoop along,
It's
take
like
your phone.
10 seconds. I go over, I start the video, walk over, do a handstand, come back, stop the video, take a screenshot.
Screen grab,
when I'm
But in
straight
a
up
New
and
York
down.
minute, anything can change, so be careful.
But
not
I was
to-
in a DC minute.
Yeah, I know. They're very similar
In a
minutes.
Don Henley minute. Okay.
I did think about that, but honestly, it's so spread out. And I wasn't like right next to the sidewalk or anything.
Because all I'm thinking is you wouldn't be able to identify the thief because you'd be upside down.
Right.
And
I would come up from the handstand and my stuff
They
would
came
be gone.
from the
That's
sky.
exactly-
DC police said, "Ma'am, what happened? Some guy with feet on his head ran
looking
up.
at my own toes.
Oh, he had Air Jordan hat on, and I couldn't figure out what happened. Don't they have like a headband or some attachment you can put your phone on, and then you could take the photo as you're doing the headstand?
I don't want the photo of my body upside down. I wanted the picture of me next
Doing
to
a
the
handstand,
Capitol building or the Washington Monument, because I put it on my story, and I was like, who did it better, Mayor or the Washington Monument? Get it? Because they're both just like... But then I was like, oh, I could do this at the Lincoln Memorial and at the Capitol building too, and then it can be like a little thing.
Bill, you wanted to hear a really funny idea I thought of?
Yes.
When you're in D.C.? Dude, this is so funny. You might want to write it down. See, what you do when you go to the Washington Monument is you lie down on your back, and then it looks like the Washington Monument is your wiener. Your wiener. You ever see that? I just thought of it. You lie down, and then you line up.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. This is
okay.
You
line up.
Go slower.
So I'm laying down.
You're
on
lying
my
down
face.
on your back.
Oh,
on your back.
Okay. I was gonna say because I didn't know why there was a wiener coming out of my butt.
No, it looked like a suppository. You lie down in your back, and then you line it up so that it looks like it's your wiener.
I did love...
Oh, you should try that.
I think I might.
Or you force perspective where you're going to squish Abraham Lincoln's head. I'm crushing your head. Abraham Lincoln, I'm crushing your head.
I think that might be a federal offense.
Oh.
Well...
You can't threaten a president.
Yeah, not even a dead one?
I did
All right.
love watching the people try to line up their hands to like have
Yeah,
it look
have
like
it
they're
like-
picking up the Washington
yeah.
Monument, and their girlfriend's like, no, to the left, and then they've got like they're like, where is it?
It's so silly.
I feel so robbed.
Who do you show those photos to?
They go on your
They go on
Instagram or your Facebook.
No
or-
self-respecting person will
They
put
don't
a
have
photo
self-respect.
All
of
over
them
him.
pinching the Washington Monument.
Look up the hashtag Washington Monument and see how many little pinches or people with their mouths open.
I
so
know
it looks
you're
like
right.
It's coming out.
Sadly, I know you're
Handstand
right.
next to it, it's the same thing.
But at least you're getting some exercise.
I feel so robbed from like not being able to go to Washington D.C. when I was in middle school, or the year before I went to middle school. You used to go in 6th grade. They would take it. They would take the class to Washington D.C. And then when I got to 6th grade, they moved it to 8th grade. And then once I got to 8th grade, they were like, "Oh, we'll go in high school." and then they just canceled.
So
the trip
you
altogether.
never went?
I never got to go to D.C. I still have never been to Washington D.C.
Why don't you go?
Yeah, you're an adult.
It's like a quick
You can
road trip.
go.
It's not that far.
It's I think 5.5, 6
Yeah,
hour
it's not that
drive.
far.
It's like going to Chicago.
Well, we actually had a friend, one of our mini trips, like from like a little quick vacation. We actually have a friend who does work down there. She lives in Maryland, I believe, or Virginia. And she was like, "Oh, come down." But it was a weekend that I had an event, and I was like, "Do I want to spend money and go, or do I want to make money and stay here?" And so I chose the event instead. And I was like, "I'll have another opportunity to go," and I just never went. So yeah, it's a possibility. It's just it never came up, and I don't want to go by myself.
Why not?
Because I don't want to go by myself. I just don't. I want to make it a... Because, I mean, from what I hear, Erica, when I talk to Erica about D.C., she's like, "Oh, it's a gay mecca. Like, you would love it there. They have a bunch of gay clubs. It's very liberal. Like, D.C. was made for people like you." So I want to make a gaycation out of it.
You're not gay, though.
You're bisexual.
I'm on the LGBTQ scale, so bi is in there.
All right, here's someone touching. I haven't seen anybody doing the pinch thing yet, but there's like one person doing like
touching the top of it. Yeah.
Pinching
A
the
lot
tip.
of it.
Are there people climbing the Lincoln Memorial?
No.
You'll get shot down
It's
doing that.
roped off. There's security guards
Yeah.
there. And it says right in there.
And
'cause
it's
I was
just rude.
Right.
It's still under construction after that incident with Spider-Man.
It says right on there, it says like, "Please be quiet out of respect," and then it's got like a quote behind it.
one's quiet.
It's pretty quiet. Like the steps leading up to it. Yeah, everybody's
Who's
sitting down
yelling and
like,
screaming at the Lincoln
But when
Memorial?
you
I
go
mean,
in there, the actual room, there's like little kids and stuff running around.
rotunda?
But people are pretty quiet in there and
Yeah.
just kind of taking it all in. You know?
I think they started telling people to be quiet after that.
ICP
No,
rally,
no,
the Juggalos march on Washington.
The natives like doing that rally, and then the MAGA kid staring them down.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just be quiet.
Huh?
You know, I would like to go to.
Guys, could you start your Civil War elsewhere, please? That would be great if you could do that.
Oh my God!
We did an overnight like road trip to DC, but I can't tell people I've been to DC because I don't know where we were. We came right back.
Yeah.
My friend was like trying to get away from her boyfriend or something. And she goes, I'm going to drive. Do you want to come with me? I'm like, yeah, okay.
I saw a full-blown mental breakdown from somebody.
Now that's what you should have been filming.
He didn't.
Yeah, enough of the handstands,
he was scary.
Mary.
He was like scary having a mental breakdown. And there were some people filming it, but I was walking out of my hotel. I think it was either Saturday or Sunday morning. It was Saturday morning. And in the middle of the street, there's this dude, and it's not like he like didn't look homeless or anything, but he was attacking a Wawa patio across the street, like throwing the chairs, pushing over the tables, like breaking the umbrellas in half, and then he grabbed a metal chair.
This you didn't film?
No, because I was scared. He's got a chair.
You're across the street.
He's in the middle of the street. It's from me to you away. Like I'm standing on the sidewalk, and he's in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
That's the Second Amendment, right? The right to chair arms?
Yes. And he took the chair and he's like banging it on the street, like banging it, and he's just screaming, just like
did they get his hoagie wrong, or
I don't know what happened.
Huh.
But I really thought he was going to either take the chair to a person or to one of the cars that was parked on the street, but he didn't. After probably 30 or 40 seconds of banging the chair on the street, he started going up to...
Oh, he was banging it against the street.
Against the street.
Humping
no,
it.
he wasn't humping
okay.
the stool. No. But he started going up to all the businesses and like trying to smash the windows, and he's like screaming. He just kept screaming, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. And then he was looking at like passerbys, and he's like, are you okay? I'm not okay. And then he started like flinching at people, like in that like,
was
do
he,
something,
was
bro.
he shirtless, or was
No,
he...
he had like...
White guy,
longer blonde hair, like shoulder length blonde hair with black sunglasses on, a hoodie and jeans.
He was tripping.
I don't know what he was. Yeah, he was probably in his like 40s, I would say. But I wouldn't look at him and think, this guy's got something going on. But he lost his mind.
You should have filmed that. Why didn't you film that?
Because he was flinching at people and asking them, like basically challenging people.
But why
and he had
wouldn't
a
you...
chair.
But you don't have to stay stationary. Like walk a little bit further away and then start filming.
Do you understand
No, I guess not.
The scenario that I'm describing?
You're
As a
on the
human
curb. You're on the
being-
sidewalk. He's in the middle of the road freaking out.
Yes.
Why aren't you filming this?
Because a clearly distraught person has a weapon that if he decided to take one swing of the chair, he could knock me out.
Yeah, so you walk further up the sidewalk, but you still got him in frame.
Okay, a little distance.
Distance, and he's freaking out.
I can't believe...
What are you not understanding here?
Because this
People
is
film this kind of stuff all the time.
You walked up to a stranger's house to take a picture of a Trump sign to make fun, but you won't film a crazy person with a chair?
The guy came out.
I can't believe you guys are not
The guy came out of his
understanding
house
this.
with a shotgun and asked you if everything was okay.
He didn't have a gun. Never said he had a gun, the Trump guy. I said I was surprised he didn't have a gun.
That's my Mandela effect.
That's your Mandela effect. But approaching a person who is having in the middle of an episode that has something that can be used as a weapon, no, I'm not going to antagonize that person anymore.
But you couldn't have... Were you just standing there watching?
I went back inside the hotel.
Back inside the
I
hotel.
went
You could have filmed it from the hotel.
From behind a window.
I didn't want to do anything more to set this guy off. There were other people filming, but I'm like, that's the last thing I want is for this crazy person to take a friggin' chair to me.
But he wasn't
the content.
He wasn't focused on you.
He was focused on everybody. After
Right.
He was
So
done,
why is he going to zero in on you?
Why wouldn't he? Is my point. He's flinching
pardon me, Mary Santora.
You guys are annoying
All
me.
fancy blue water over here. Why wouldn't he focus on me?
He's flinching at
I'm the
families.
Washington Monument handstand lady.
No, I'm saying
What do you
he's
mean
flinching? Like putting his
You wanna do
shoulders out,
something?
like
Yeah.
do something. Like what? Are you okay? Like walking up to people with small children and essentially challenging them.
And those children could handle it, but you couldn't. Got it.
What do you
Okay,
mean
so
handle it?
Wait, did the kids
You
were the
guys-
kids
you're
filming?
annoying.
I just
No.
think it's something you should
I'm
film.
just trying to get a clearer picture of what happened.
If you saw someone using a chair essentially as a weapon, you would pull out your phone and film that.
Yeah.
'Cause you
From a
wouldn't
safe
be-
distance.
You wouldn't
'Cause
be
who
worried
knows
that
who's
they
gonna-
were going to do something to you.
Well, you can do both of those things can be concurrent.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not going to antagonize this guy at all. When I'm
You've
filming
you've
someone
never
from
been-
behind that doesn't know I'm filming them, that isn't being aggressive and scary.
You just
that's
said he'd been
different.
aggressive and scary.
I'm saying you're like, you film people in the past. That's a different scenario.
Right, but this is also a guy that you might be able to catch a crime occur, and it can be used as evidence or
There was
something.
like 10 other people filming it.
Is there any chance that he was the real Brian Laundrie?
He had
Was
long
he missing
blonde
teeth?
hair. No.
That's what he wants you to think. Long blonde hair.
could have
And
a
no
wig.
beard.
That bald thing was...
And
All
also,
right.
we could right now be analyzing the video rather than just
talking about
hearing
it.
about it.
All right.
I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I'm just saying Bill and I would have done something right.
I'm saying you did the wrong thing.
You're
Film
also
the guy.
You're
Absolutely
also
did the wrong thing.
Men, where it's like, if
Yeah, we are.
What are we, impervious to thrown chairs?
You're not impervious
We can still be hit
to
with
it,
a chair.
but an aggressive man is less threatening to you
This
than
wasn't.
it is
First
to
of all,
me.
this wasn't 2 a.m. and it's just you on the sidewalk and him in the street. You're describing a scene where there's a lot of other people milling around.
There was probably 3 or 4 people standing outside the hotel filming him.
So you get behind one of those kids, use him as a human shield if you need to, but film.
Yeah, the way a man would.
Why am we explaining that?
If he throws the chair at me, I'm catching the chair and saying, now you're all in big, big trouble. Getting a laugh.
Now you're all in big trouble. All right.
Well, that was it. I'm sorry I didn't film it for you.
No. So how do you not lead with that as your first story from Washington, D.C.?
I don't know.
Because she's handstand Mary. That's why.
This
Why?
is an afterthought when it's the coolest thing that happened.
How did the situation resolve itself?
He walked away. He walked
He
away
walked away.
screaming. Just
Didn't
at the
throw
top
the
of his
chair.
lungs. He left the busted up chair in the middle of the road.
He took the chair from the Wawa.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he destroyed the Wawa patio first.
Yep.
And then he brought a chair into the middle of the street. So the Wawa is directly across from my hotel.
Were there any Wawa employees that were out trying to...
They stayed inside.
Yeah.
They just let him destroy it. I'm assuming these things have happened because they're not going to stop him. It's not their patio furniture, you know. So everybody was pretty much inside, and then I was walking out as I watched him just ending his destruction of the Wawa patio, and then he was carrying the chair directly toward my hotel.
Mm-hmm.
So he was coming at me and the other people at the hotel with a chair.
So he could have...
That's why
theoretically he could have walked in your lobby. He could
yes.
have, yeah.
So I was like, I had made it out the front doors, and he's like walking towards us, and I was like, "What's going on?" And he stopped in the middle of the street.
But here's what you do: is
He
you
was, like,
could have
smashing
gone
the
to the
chair.
other side of the street and then gotten behind him as he walked towards your hotel.
Yeah.
And then filmed him.
Sure, I could have done all those things. My brain wasn't thinking that quickly.
Or you could have at least asked somebody that was filming, be like, "Hey, can you airdrop that to me?"
Yeah. Hey, do you have iOS 13? Or like, hey, could you... Pound Cake, what would you have done in that situation?
Where do these people post it?
I probably... I feel like I would look, but I would hide behind a tree or something.
Hide behind a tree?
I would, because obviously I would be curious, but I don't want him to see, because Black and Gay, he's like, yeah, there you go! And then
How does he know that you're gay?
If you look at me.
By the way, you run away. You look at me. According to you, no one in high school knew you were gay. Which is it?
Well,
they got to look at you every day.
They were young, naive kids.
Anybody know what Wawa means, by the way?
It means we all want ass.
All everything.
It's not an acronym. It's a word.
It's not all everything.
The logo has a bird on it.
Okay.
Did you notice that?
No.
Wawa is the Native American word for the Canada goose.
Oh.
They found it in the Delaware Valley, D.C., Philly,
Okay.
Delaware. They found it over a century ago, so Wawa. So when are they going to make Wawa change their name? You ever gotten a Wawa hoagie?
No,
I got one a couple weeks ago.
Pretty good. It's not bad. I've only...
It was the perfect, end of the night drunk food that saved me from being hungover the next day.
Because there's a lot of them in Pennsylvania, but I don't remember them in the Pittsburgh area. We got more food from Sheetz. But I saw there's a lot of Wawas when we were in Florida. They're down there.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of them in D.C. too. Okay, so we're breaking your balls. But so you didn't... Was there ever a point where you reflexively thought, I'll film this?
As soon as I walked out and I saw him destroying the patio from across the street,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, for sure, I'm about to get this.
So-
but then when he started walking toward my hotel with a chair in the hand, I was like, screw that, I'm not antagonizing
Was
this
it
guy.
a plastic chair?
No, it was a metal chair.
Metal chair.
What part of you thought I should probably call the police and report this?
The front desk lady at our hotel already was.
Okay, because I have had an experience. This was on Friday when I was driving home. I was at a stoplight, and this car just comes flying past me, runs all the lights, and part of the car is hanging off, the door panel, the door is still on, but the paneling around the door, that's hanging off. The part of the bumper's hanging off. Part of the back bumper's hanging off. It looks like they just got into a hit and run, and then they're gone. And I was like, it was too quick for me to get the license plate or anything like that. And I don't know cars for crap, so I'm like, if someone wants to report a hit and run, I'm sure there's somebody is going to be looking for a half a car that's flying around missing all the lights. I'm like, someone else is going to call the police, but not me, because That's like if a car is stalled on the side of the road, I'm no help. I'm just going to drive past you. Like, I don't know how to help.
Yeah, there were the front desk lady. She was funny because when I went back when I saw how aggressive he was being, and it honestly, it was very scary. I've never seen someone freak out like that.
You haven't in public?
Mm-mm. Not to this degree.
You've traveled a lot.
I've traveled a lot.
And you didn't see this in San Francisco? All the homeless people?
I know. I saw a homeless person poop on the street in San Francisco.
But that's not a freak out.
But it was
I didn't see a freak
it was a
out.
quiet, orderly poop.
Yeah, just pulled his pants back. Didn't wipe, but pulled his pants back up.
Gonna be itchy.
But yeah, the lady at the front desk, it almost sounded like she's seen it before.
Oh, yeah.
Where she
DC.
was just like, there's a guy destroying patio furniture outside of the hotel. Like, can you please come like take care of this kind of a thing? But
the real question is, pound cake, what does Wawa mean?
Don't know. I know you just said it, but it has a bird on it.
I did just say it.
Yeah, I missed that part.
Okay, listen, I've got to take a break. I will have another $1,000 for you at 5:30. Next chance for you to go fund yourself. And as promised, all week around 5:20, a couple of tickets for you to get yourself to the Romo Fijo on Saturday for this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony. So a couple of passes for you after the break. 35192 if you need to text for anything else. And we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or
of Fame present the 2021 Hall of Fame induction ceremony. It is Saturday night at the Romo Fijo. You'll see Foo Fighters get inducted, Tina Turner, Carole King, The Go-Go's, Jay-Z, Todd Rundgren, and more. Special guests abound. They're moving it to the Romo Fijo this year, and you can be there. It will air on HBO and HBO Max Saturday, November 20th at 8 o'clock, but you won't have to wait that long. You and a pal will be there Saturday night. Get all gussied up, all right? Caller 10, these passes are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 if you want to win, or 800-348-1007.
You'd flee a wildfire. Evacuate. You'd prepare for a hurricane, but there's no escaping this disaster.
It's one of the worst disasters that I've seen in my career.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 to give to you in a few minutes, about 6 or 7 minutes. 5:30 is going to be your next shot to go fund yourself and grab a grand. Another keyword for you. And then one at 6:30. And is there one at 7th? I'm trying to think of when the last one's going to be before the Cavs game.
Well, the Cavs game is not till 9. So
9 o'clock, right. So 7:30 and then 8:30. So you've got a few more chances. They'll knock that 8:30 one out for you, probably right before Cavs pregame. So listen for those tonight if you strike out with me. Also tonight, Monday Night Football. Terry the Goat did not have a great week for Week 7. So Monday Night Football tonight, it's the Seahawks and the Saints. Thus far, though, she only has 4 wins for the week. So she'll either go 4-6 or she'll go 5-5. She picked the Titans over the Chiefs. Chiefs did not do well. I think they only scored
3 points.
3 points.
They got a kick.
Yes, a kick. Some people call it a field goal.
No, they got a kick.
They got a kick. There's something going on. The Chiefs stink right now.
For as much as I love football and follow it, I say dumb stuff like that all the time. I know it's called a field goal, but I'm like, oh my God, they got a kick.
They got a kick. What?
The Bengals are for real. They beat the Ravens. There's wild things going on.
There are interesting stories going on right now.
The funnest game yesterday was the Lions versus Rams because the Lions were going for broke. They onside kick and fake punt, a couple of fake punts, just doing anything they can to try and stay in the game. And it was a close game, but
didn't happen for them.
They didn't win.
They're 0-7. Mm-hmm. What was the really high scoring game? Was it Falcons-Dolphins? Somebody got like 54 points.
Oh, the New England scored like 54.
Is that what it was?
The Jets scored like 14, and New England scored like 50-something.
There you go, 54-13. And you know what it is? I still keep thinking the Patriots are Tom Brady. I know it's the Buccaneers, but when I do the rundown on these to see who won and who lost, I see Patriots 54-13, and I go, well, of course, Tom Brady. I forget. I had that brain fart. Not Tom Brady.
What you should see is, Jets.
Yeah. But 54 points. I mean, you're just walking all over them at that point.
Well, the Jets have a rookie quarterback, and he has had a rough time because the Jets team is still not very good.
Yeah.
But then he got hurt, so then they brought in, I think, another rookie quarterback that he didn't have like the Tom Brady emergence where it's like, 6th-round pick, come on in and lead us to victory. It's like, come on in, throw a couple interceptions yourself, get sacked a bunch.
Yeah.
Just overall struggle. And the Patriots just they were at the goal line. So it's like, what are we going to do? Just not try and play football? Like, we got to score here. Because it was like zero resistance.
How many kicks did they get?
They got a lot of kicks.
A lot of kicks.
So the Lions remain the only winless team at 0-7, and the Cardinals remain the only undefeated team, 7-0. And this coming Sunday, Halloween night. Halloween afternoon, rather.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock game. It'll be Browns-Stillers. And I'm going to be doing a Cox out downtown at the Ivy.
Are you going to be wearing a Halloween costume?
Hells no.
Why not?
I'm going to be dressed up as Antonio Cromartie. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bunch of dolls and make a belt out of them.
Now that's funny.
And then I'm going to forget who's what. Hey, this one's 13 months old. This one's 13 years old. I don't know.
This one just had a question mark.
This one, question mark. I'm dressed up like Big Ben. I'm going to have a helmet coming off my shoulder. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be dressed up.
Sunday's Halloween already.
Sunday's Halloween already, yes.
Man.
This weekend coming up for me, this past weekend, I ended up doing a lot more things than I had planned on. I ended up drinking a lot.
That's the worst.
Because Dune took you 9 hours.
But, yeah.
This coming weekend, it's just jam-packed from the entire weekend.
Yeah.
I got stuff going on. Not a moment to breathe or think.
I'm going to be doing the opposite. I took this weekend off traveling and shows because my dad's birthday, his 60th birthday would have been this Thursday. So I was like, I'm not planning anything. I'm going to cry and sit and think. That's what I'm going to do. The whole
you don't want Mary's taking Thursday off, so you won't hear her cry and think here.
No. But I'm saying I specifically didn't plan anything this. I'm going to have the opposite where I told my boy, he's like, are we going to go trick-or-treating on Sunday? And I'm like,
oh, with this kid?
Yeah, I think I'll be up for it. Like, I'm not trying to make any plans. You know what I mean?
That's also the tail end of the weekend, too.
Yeah.
Trick-or-treating.
So if you win the Employee Squid Game for the Rock Hall induction,
Oh,
you're
I'm going to
giving
go.
that to me.
No.
Because
not
you
with the toilet water talk.
don't
You had him
want-
up until... If you would have gone with the Kool-Aid for the toilet water, then yes, you would have
Employee
him.
Squid Game. If you don't win, you'll be killed.
Are you going to the induction?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to fight over him like
I do not. Nope. I
When
am,
are they going to tell us who won that?
I texted
Saturday
him and he
morning?
said no. He said tonight, like today, later today, but hasn't made the announcements yet.
Oh boy,
They're auctioning off furniture, Rock Hall
Mm-hmm.
induction tickets. Man, this place is crazy.
all kinds of stuff. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You're always welcome to leave us a message there if you like. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, Matt. Friday, you guys were talking about the Chuds, the cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. Bill will probably remember this, and you probably will too, but that episode of The Simpsons where Homer's car was booted in front of the World Trade Center, it's from the late 90s, but it was one of the, for a while after 9/11, they wouldn't show it in syndication, and it's back now. You can watch it on Disney. But Homer's telling Marge about how much he hates New York and how much he hates that they're going to have to go there to get his car that Barney had abandoned. And he's telling her all about why he hates New York, and he was buying an irregular coat at some outlet in New York, and then he ran afoul of a pimp, and the pimp wound up chasing him up a ladder that fell down into the sewer, and then all Homer says was, and that's when the Chuds came at me. And, Marge tells him, of course you're not going to like New York if all you focus on are the pimps and the Chuds. But anyways, great that you jogged my memory with that. Bye.
That's an old episode. That's episode 1, season 9, 1997.
That is not. Well,
it's called
season 9. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called The City of New York versus Homer Simpson.
So
I just rewatched this one the
and
other
then
day.
they all have like the best time in New York. Is while Homer's trying to get his car back,
Yeah.
he's eating something from a crab collage, and he's like, "Got anything to wash it down with? Mountain Dew and crab juice. Ugh, I'll take a crab juice."
And that's when the Chuds came at me.
Oh, Homer, of course you'll have a bad impression of New York if you only focus on the pimps and the Chuds.
You don't want to focus on the pimps and the Chuds too heavily.
That's the one where they go to Broadway to see the Betty Ford Clinic musical.
That's right.
I'm checking in. No more pills or alcohol. And it's Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah. Alan, I got invited to 4 Halloween parties. I said I'll be at all 4. Little do they know, I'm dressing up as Brian Laundrie, so no one will find me.
Don't do that.
Well, first of all, they did find Brian Laundrie, so where's the joke? They did find Brian Laundrie. Or what they think is him, right?
Just say you're the Invisible Man.
Oh, there you go.
I haven't got a costume yet.
Brian Laundrie, you know how they found out he was dead is they did a dental check and they were like, this is the only body we found in Florida with teeth. So...
Alan, tell Mary I know how she feels. My dad's birthday would have been Wednesday. He died 2 days before my birthday.
Mm.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, solemn day. Both my sister and I haven't been to his grave yet. And so we're going to do that. We're going to go. Yeah, we're just going to have a somber day. We just accepted that we're going to be sad, and we're going to go do dad stuff. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to go to...
What?
The Oriole in Berea, which is a bar that we've been going to since we were little kids. He loved the wings there. Best wings ever, which they are really good wings.
That's great wings. That Cal Ripken jersey on the wall?
Yes. Yeah. It's actually, he is the bartender. You figure it out.
Get back to me on that and show your work.
But we're going to go get wings and have potato skins and pierogies, like all the
This
bar
is like
food
stuff that your
liked.
dad would have liked?
This is stuff that we did every year. And well, we went and got wings and would play Keno probably once a month. Me, him, and my younger sister would. So we're going to do that kind of stuff. We're going to, have some cake and play some Keno and have wings and go to his grave and see how it goes.
And cry.
And cry. Lots of crying.
Lots of crying.
Anticipating a lot of crying.
This is the first birthday.
Yes.
Yeah.
He would have been 60.
You said you don't have a
Halloween costume
yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any ideas rattling around in your head?
I wanted to do the Cusco thing, but again...
The what?
Cusco from Emperor's New Groove.
It's a Disney movie. But all the ones I saw online just look really, really cheap, and I don't want to do it cheaply. I want it to look really good, and I'm running out of time.
I was going to say week of is not the time yet to put together a complex costume.
In college, I was really good. I used to improvise a lot of different costumes. I would just get, like, all my jockiest type of clothes and then just put, like, the whatever line... What did they put on their face, football players?
The black stuff under their eyes?
I don't know what it's called.
I don't know.
Eye black.
Yeah, I think it is just called eye black. Yeah.
Why do they wear that again?
For the sun to not reflect. I think that's. I think that's
so
what
not
the
glare.
It's got to work, right? If they've been doing it for so long.
I feel like I tried it and I was like, I don't notice any difference.
Nothing
I think
different
it's just for intimidation.
But also,
like, I had that.
What am I trying to see when I'm on the bench? Like, is that like...
you didn't have a helmet on.
Yeah, so I did that one year. I think I had like an old hat that I had from like a party one time. So then one year I was like a police officer, and then the next year I was a stripper that happened to be dressed as a police officer. So then I just stuck ones in my. But I'm not as creative anymore.
Why don't you go as a gay man since you're bisexual?
Well, what would I do? What would I wear?
It was a joke. It didn't land. Good one. Thanks, Code. That's what I needed.
I'm going to be Detective Crashmore.
There you go. I don't know what that is.
Biff Whiff.
What's that from?
It's from your favorite show.
Oh my God.
I think you should leave.
No one's going to get it.
That's what's funny about it.
I don't care. Why do I care if other people... I'll get it. And that's what makes me happy.
Because you want people to get it.
No, I don't care.
But you know what, though? With a costume like that, I bet if someone does get it, it's going to make
That's who you talk to the rest of the night.
It's going to make him feel so good. Like, yeah, that's my favorite show.
When I was Burger King Diamond, I was like, nobody will get it. It took me a lot of time to painstakingly do the makeup. And I'm like, if anybody gets it, because we were still doing Alan Cox Show Halloween parties at bars and stuff. And I was like, thumbs up.
We're doing a Halloween version of Just Say Your Jokes. Not Just Say Your Jokes.
That's the
my
name
comedy.
of your album?
Jokes on You.
I thought he was going to do a Halloween version of his album.
Jokes on You this Sunday. Yeah.
Reenactment of the album.
Jokes on You this Sunday. So I'll be wearing that Detective Crashmore on stage.
But on stage, you'll have to explain it. If you were at a party, you wouldn't have to say anything.
I'm actually
going
to show the trailer because it's like I'll show the sketch and then people will see it and some people will like it and some people won't. But I don't do things for other people. I do it for me.
I'm also doing a costume from that show where it's a skeleton costume, but the bones are all money.
That would be very funny. I like that one.
I've got $1,000, speaking of which, to give to you here. Chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword WORK to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WORK to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
And he brought that hammer down. Exactly. The bones are the skeleton's money. In our world, bones equal dollars. That's why they're coming out tonight to get their bones from you. The skeletons will pull your hair up, but not out.
Oh, dumb.
Yeah, it is dumb.
It's all dumb, though. So that's why I'm so confused why that one's so dumb and you
Because that
like
one's
it.
dumb and funny. Some of them are dumb just for the sake of being dumb. And I'm like, this is stupid.
But that's what's great, is there's so many different things that you can look at two things that are really similar. One of them, you go, sucks. Other one, you go, that's so hilarious. You know what I mean? Who knows?
Maybe I need to give it another chance.
No, that's anybody. That's not just you. That's anybody.
Yeah.
Because laughter's involuntary.
I don't have the patience to go through.
They're 17 minutes long.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't have the
they're like
patience
Adult
to go
Swim,
through 8 episodes before I find one funny one. For me, or 8 sketches before I find one funny one. That's a waste. I don't want to do that.
That's why we're telling you what the funny ones are.
I don't agree.
Well, watch.
Now we're at an impasse.
Episode 2 of season 1, I think, is like bang, bang, bang funny sketches.
Okay.
Because one of the reasons I love that show is if I only have a few minutes to like sit down and watch something, I can turn that on and then laugh like it's the first time I watched it.
I don't know if I like sketch comedy.
And if you don't like it, it's only 17 minutes long.
Right, and that's what he's saying.
I
yeah.
was watching, when I got back from Dune, it was 1 a.m, but I still wasn't tired, so I started watching Kids in the Hall.
Yeah.
Because that's early 90s, so there's like a nostalgia there, and, the production quality's not that great, and, even if it's not a home run, who cares? It's a funny show.
It's funny and just...
funnier than I am.
A lot of times I appreciate an attempt, too. Did you watch SNL this week?
Yeah, Jason Sudeikis.
Oh, it was great.
It was very funny.
It was a very good episode. It's so nice when they have, there's people that come in and host, but like when you have somebody that was on the show and he comes in and he can carry a sketch and it's not awkward or not them just trying to write him in.
Yeah, I can do characters.
The Mr. Science or Mr.
Science
Wizard,
Room.
Yeah, like that one right off the bat was fantastic.
What was funny too was a little weird SNL factoid was him playing the devil was his 666th sketch.
Oh, that's
on
amazing.
Saturday Night
Oh,
Live.
was it really?
Yeah.
Did they do that on purpose? Okay.
I'm going to go with yes.
Well, I didn't know if they were like, hey, this is your 600. Like, how do they
I don't know.
figure that out?
I don't know. But I thought, listen, he's very funny and he's game for whatever. And so, yeah, I thought it was great. Brandy Carlisle was real good. It was a great episode. But I think you do get that former cast member comes back to host has got to be like an SNL kind of bump. I don't know if anybody's noticed that Kate McKinnon hasn't been in this season at all because she's off. She's playing Carol Baskin in that Tiger King miniseries.
Yeah, I've noticed that, and I remember at the beginning of the season they said that she was going to be out for a while because the same thing happened with Cecily Strong last year. She was out filming
Schmigadoon, yeah.
Wait a minute.
She should have stayed on SNL.
I really wanted to like that show.
The Tiger King thing, is that supposed to be funny? Or what are they doing? What is this? I haven't heard of this.
It's a Tiger King. I think it's something that got greenlit right in the blush of Tiger King, and now they're locked into these miniseries that no one's going to care about anymore. And but Kate McKinnon is playing Carol Baskin. I don't think they're playing it for laughs.
They're just a reenactment?
I don't know what they are. They're like 2 separate Tiger King miniseries, right? There's like the Nicolas Cage one, and then Kate McKinnon's playing Carol Baskin. She's done dramatic stuff before. I mean, she's real good at it.
Yeah, I just didn't know. I didn't hear about this.
Yeah.
I didn't know what it was.
And Colin Jost, by the way, is now the longest tenured Weekend Update anchor of all time. That doesn't even seem right.
That seems crazy. But
He's done 155 episodes.
He needs this job now.
Because he's the one that, they brought him in just to do that.
Yes. Well, he was a writer, and they brought him in for,
They're looking for a musical guest this week because it was going to be the pumpkin guy.
Ed Sheeran.
Yeah. And...
Why the pumpkin guy?
He just looks like a pumpkin came to life.
But he lost a bunch of weight, so now he's like...
he's never been fat.
He was. When he first blew up, literally and figuratively, when he first got really well known,
he was just kind of chubby. He wasn't like a fat.
Well, he wasn't like Adele, old school Adele, but I mean, now he's like slimmed down. Yeah. He got himself a sleeve
but
tat.
He still got a big pumpkin head. Like that's when I see his head, it looks like a jack-o'-lantern. That they're like, and now you're a real boy,
right?
But I think he has COVID or something, so they need another.
They can't get back in the country.
So.
Yeah, he was supposed to be on November the 6th. It was going to be him and who was the host going to be? It's going to be Ed Sheeran and somebody.
I just saw it. Who was the host? It was a good host, I feel like.
November 6th. This is when he was supposed to do it, but they don't know that that'll be enough time. I mean, it's 2 weeks. They don't think there'll be enough time for him to get in. And so they said that he won't be allowed into the U.S. with a positive
Kieran
COVID.
Culkin will be the host.
Oh, there you go,
Yeah.
from Succession.
Succession.
He's Macaulay Culkin's brother, who's on the show
Oh.
called Succession.
Culkin.
I wonder what he
Culkin.
looks like.
They
How
had
do
it-
you spell his name?
Kieran, K-I-E-R. He's been in movies.
Yeah, you've seen him in
You'd
stuff.
recognize him.
They had that
Wasn't
one
he
sketch.
Fuller? Wasn't he in Home Alone? He was the little cousin who pees the bed?
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
that wasn't Kieran. That was because he's got two brothers.
Ah.
There's Kieran, and then there's one that's in between those two. I think Kieran's the youngest.
Boy, they are so brothers. They are so brothers.
I think I might be wrong. He might have been Kieran. He might have been.
He was Fuller McAllister.
Okay, he was Fuller.
Yeah.
Okay, but I feel like he does have one more brother that acts. Who?
Rory Culkin is the
Rory
brother.
Culkin. that's
Yeah.
one.
He's the kid that was in Signs with Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I loved that movie.
Of course you did.
As a little kid, because I was pretty young when it came out. I was in middle school, I think.
You had to be to enjoy it.
And I was like, this is the best twist that a movie has
Yeah.
ever had.
Stunk.
Swing away,
Yeah.
swing away.
Sucked.
Loved it.
Terrible. But again, you were a little kid.
Yeah, I was like 12.
Yeah, right. So they're trying to figure out who can replace Ed Sheeran on short notice.
Metallica.
Well, why don't they just have him on Zoom?
No.
He probably can't sing if he's got lung problems.
Well, he's vaccinated, so it's not like he's on a respirator. I mean,
Yeah, but if he's coughing and has a fever.
I don't know. I don't know that they said he had any symptoms. Like Serge Tankian from System of a Down is COVID positive too, and he's like, "Yeah, it sucks. We got to quarantine." He's like, "I don't have any symptoms. We just can't go do what we were going to do." Ed Sheeran is offering to perform live, but this isn't something that SNL does, said the source. So they're thinking maybe like a Shawn Mendes or a Justin Bieber. Because then you got to sit there and go, and this is going to make you feel weird too, when they go, okay, I can't do it. And they go, well, get me somebody similar. You know, because you want to think that you're singular talent and that you're kind of one in a million. And they go, just give me another young guy singer and we'll plug him in there. So they go, give me a Bieber, get me a... Who's similar to Ed Sheeran? Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Who's that guy that I think he was just a recent guest, but the Can't Make a Housewife into or a hoe into a housewife, that song?
Young Thug?
Can't make a wife out of a hoe.
Yeah, that one.
Can't
What's that
make
kid's
a
name?
wife out of a hoe.
I have no idea.
So there you go. Oh, can't make a wife out of a hoe.
I don't know who that is.
I don't either. Kid
I'm
Leroy?
saying
Yeah,
to
the
tell
Kid
you
Leroy.
Sorry, but I'm scared to be alone.
You can't turn a hoe into... Oh, that's Da Vinci Da Don. You're talking about...
Ooh, you know who they should get? I'm an island boy.
God.
What are those kids' names?
Oh, I don't know. They make Chet Hanks look like
Oh,
Yellow
man.
Man. Wow.
I'm an island boy.
Oh, God. I got a break here. I'm late. If you want to get a text in 35192, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
1007.
$35192. If you want to text for anything, AlanCoxShow.com. You can always watch live there. Thanks to Dodderden, sorry, for helping out today. Cavaliers will play tonight. They are in Denver. Wherever the Nuggets play, that is where the Cavaliers will be tonight for a 9 o'clock tip-off. So here on MMS, still a couple of chances for you to grab $1,000. By the way, you'll hear keywords coming up at 6:30, right after we get out of here, and then 7:30 with Rachel Elliott. And then 8:30, probably right before Cavs pregame kicks in. So 3 more chances for you to grab some money there. And then it will start tomorrow morning in the morning show. So 9 o'clock's your tip-off in Denver. That would be a 7 o'clock game there? 6 o'clock game there? Anyway,
7.
Who cares? You're not here, right? You are here.
Go to bed.
You're not there. Has everybody seen that video of the dude in the, speaking of the guy freaking out in the Wawa, the Marine who's in line at like 2 a.m. at the convenience store, and a couple of dudes walk in with like ski masks and guns.
Yeah.
He just reaches out and grabs.
I didn't know he was a military guy.
James Kilser. Well, he's a former Marine. This was in Yuma, Arizona.
Once a Marine,
always a Marine. That's right. Well, by his own admission, he's like, I'm kind of a chubby guy now. But yeah, he just reached out and
they're humble.
He said, "Not today."
Not today.
My first thought was that it was an awfully small barrel. The situation had to be dealt with, and there was really only one way to deal with it. Picked my target and said, that's the one I'm going for, and he took an extra step towards me. He was in my reach. I hit him in the gun before the keys hit the ground. That's how fast I moved. I'm a chubby guy, so, I don't move that fast anymore. I've put on a couple pounds since the Marine Corps. May or may not have broke his nose because he was bleeding all over the place. I asked him, how old are you? And he says, well, I just 14. And yeah, you done screwed up. That boy needs some Jesus. He's going down the wrong path real quick.
Yeah, there you go. That boy needs some Jesus.
The boy get arrested?
I don't know. One of the dudes, I think they caught up with the other dude. They arrested the guy that he knocked out, but then the other kid ran off. I think they might have gotten both of them.
Robbing stores at 14.
This is 4:30 in the morning. This guy's a contractor with the Department of Defense. So he's not allowed to carry a gun into work. But otherwise, he'd be strapped, he said. Had he been armed, things might have ended differently.
It's one thing to, steal something from a store. I think most people probably have done that in their lifetime. But
rob it?
Ski mask and guns, that's advanced level. And you're 14, you've lived a life. You're like, I ain't got no money. I ain't going
got nothing to lose.
Well, when I saw this video, I guess now that I know that they're 14, it makes a little bit more sense. When I saw this video, I was like, who even robs gas stations anymore? Because they only keep $100
because they know they're prone to get robbed.
$100 is more than $0.
Right, but they're not. You're not going to get rich or anything.
A lot of people don't use cash anymore, so there's not even a lot of cash in a lot of them, and then they drop in the box constantly, you're always doing drops. So
that's why I was very surprised that anybody was even trying to rob a convenience store.
And from the
anymore.
moment you pull up in the parking lot, even on the street, from the moment you get close to a gas station, there's cameras on you from every angle. Your getaway car, you walking in, they can identify you.
They're like, bro, we figured this out.
At least you have security footage of why you're late for work.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they got one of the kids and the other one that split. And they're both wearing ski masks.
Even the ghettoest of gas stations, so sometimes doors don't even work properly, but you guys have the most advanced, security system I've ever seen, cameras everywhere. I'm like, so y'all skimped on everything else, but the cameras y'all mess around with.
I like the idea of them not believing that he stopped a robbery. And they're like, why are you late? I stopped a robbery at a convenience store.
No, you're
4:30 in the morning, Frank.
Come on, guy.
I like how he said the boy needs some Jesus. How does he know that the kid's not into Jesus?
Robbers aren't into Jesus.
Oh, there's nobody out there living all these people who say they believe in Jesus, they're not living like it anyway, so what makes this kid any different?
Oh, he's going to prison.
Well, I don't know if that's going to happen. 1 count of armed robbery and aggravated assault.
Dude, that's 5 years, I'm guessing.
Not if you're 14.
No,
he had a gun.
Well, that's the aggravated part.
Yeah, no, if you have a gun.
And this guy was aggravated because he came into work late.
Had he just said, give me the money, and there was no gun shown, that would be one thing. But you show a gun, you're doing some time immediately because you're a danger.
Well, yeah, they got one of the dudes and didn't get the other dude. But the guy was making the rounds, and this was in Yuma, Arizona, when the guy did his TV hit with the local news. He was proudly wearing his "Make America Great Again" hat.
Hey man, he did his part, making America great. He should run.
On the platform of stopping one child.
More
listen,
than
better
Trump
than
did.
yeah.
Trump is like telling, we don't want your children, send them back.
You know, Donald Trump Jr. is selling "Guns Don't Kill People, Alec Baldwin Kills People" T-shirts.
Come
Good God, dude.
And I know, I mean, that's not. I'm not
Because
surprised
they go
by this
after
at all.
his dad.
Well, no,
He's
but
butthurt.
Okay, but I know that there are people out there who live to troll other people. But do you really think you're going to sell a lot of these shirts? They're $27.99.
People will buy them.
I'm sure some people will buy them, but would you wear them anywhere?
Yes.
Huh.
People love the outrage culture. What? I can't wear this?
No, but there's a difference between people getting outraged and being overly sensitive. And listen, you don't care about outrage culture if you're wearing a "Guns Don't Kill People, Alec Baldwin Kills People" T-shirt. And it's because he tweeted something to that effect, and everybody flipped out. So, of course, his brain goes, sweet.
Merch.
I'm going to soak some rubes for $28. And, of course, they photoshopped it onto a picture of Alec Baldwin. Because why wouldn't he wear one of those T-shirts? And so, again, the cruelty is the point. But I'm always curious, how many of these are... And again, it's dirt cheap to make T-shirts these days. So you can pay somebody to do them and, make 50 of them and you'll sell them all. But I'm curious how many people will buy those shirts. Genuinely, I'd love to see, what's your sales figures? We know he doesn't sell books. His family bought all the books to make it a New York Times bestseller. So they don't sell books. But are they selling T-shirts? T-shirt's going to be about as expensive as a book. What's a book cost these days? $20?
Yeah.
$25?
$600? I don't know.
So $600.
Bill can't read.
Well, he's not buying books either, so it's okay.
I don't read. It's not that I can't.
It's a choice, Mary.
Making the distinction between can't and won't. So two different things.
It's a better way. I should have said it. Bill won't read.
Yeah.
I definitely won't buy a physical book.
Have you heard about libraries?
We were talking about the Scholastic Book Fair earlier in the show.
And if I use a library, I will use the online version where you can just check out ebooks. And I'll get
this guy.
Yeah, I don't like the books.
For all the hubbubaloo that records are, you don't want to mess with a book?
Right.
He likes music. He doesn't like reading. He bought an album on tape.
Yeah. Get a book on record.
Get a book on record. Get To Kill a Mockingbird on record.
Yeah.
It's
like
300 records.
Chapter 5, turn over. Side 2.
Radley.
Atticus Finch. Yeah. So, I just can't. I've got a Kindle. I've got a first generation Kindle, and it's got a bunch of books on it. And I'll pick it up sometimes and flip through it because there's still books on there I haven't finished. But I still like hanging on. I like holding the book.
I do too.
I just do.
I've only been reading when I've been on, because I've been traveling so much lately that I've been able to knock out books on these flights, and it's been really nice.
It's 1,000% convenient to just boot up a Kindle and read a book. But it's I like reading a book.
You can put it right on your phone now too. You don't even need a Kindle anymore.
I feel like it hurts my eyes.
I don't want to read that.
Yeah,
I don't want to read my phone.
I looked it up the other day. I'd
rather scroll Twitter, Bill, but I don't want to read on my phone.
Exactly. I'll look at other things, but
I'll spend an hour and a half on Instagram, but I don't want to read on my phone.
No, 100%. I downloaded this game on my phone that when I first downloaded it, I cannot stop playing it.
Candy Crunch, as my aunt says.
It's called Ball Sort Puzzle, and it's
what?
Ball Sort Puzzle. So it's just different colored balls that you have to get them all the blue ones in the same line, all the yellow ones in the same line. They're all jumbled up. So it's just a puzzle game where you got to kind of move stuff around until all the
What do you move around?
They're little circles, little balls. Come on.
604.
You're such a child. You're such a child. But the first day I had this game, I'm not exaggerating when I say this, I played the game for almost 8 hours on my phone because I was so obsessed with it.
It sounds like Dots. Remember the game Dots? Is that what it is?
No, that 2 Dots game you had to make squares and stuff. This is literally, it's just like like that. So it's just like 10 different.
It's like Connect 4.
Kind of.
All right.
It's like 10 different little. They look like test tubes, and they have all different color balls in them. You got to separate.
And you
them
were
to
playing
make
this
them.
on the plane?
I know the first day it was like a Saturday, the day that I downloaded it, and I played it for like 8 straight hours to the point that I felt
a full work day.
I am not kidding when I say that.
Look at you.
And I told my boyfriend, I was like, dude, I don't feel good. Like I feel nauseous, and like I feel like I have a temperature, and like my vision's really blurry. And he's like, do you want to go to the hospital? Like, do you think it's COVID or something? I was like, no, like I can't figure out what it is. And
It's all those tiny balls.
I Googled it, and you can get sick from being on your phone too much. Like it's essentially motion sickness from always scrolling and things like that can make you physically ill. It's got
if you're doing the same thing for 8 hours.
It's got a ridiculous name. Hold on.
It's not tiny balls?
No.
No, not the
name
game.
of
The sickness.
Yeah. It was, God, it's, what the hell is it called?
Phonydiliitis.
Cyber sickness. That's what it's called.
Cyber
I
sickness.
told my boyfriend I'm laying in bed and I'm on my phone. He goes, if you think the phone made you sick, why are you on it? And I was like,
Because I'm addicted.
I was like, I think it's called cyber sickness. And he starts laughing his head off. He's like, you don't have, that's not a real thing. And I was like, it is. It's on WebMD.
This is the most first world problem ever. Cyber sickness.
Because I was like a little old lady.
People problems.
Yes. Because I played my game too long.
Oh, Siri, I don't feel so well. Oh, no. So, to remedy that situation the next day, did you just play it for 7 hours?
No, but I had to put a timer on it on my phone. I still have a timer on it now that it'll shut me out of it after I play it for an hour.
It'll shut you out.
Yeah, you can't
You're
open
that
the app.
addicted to it.
I love this game. It's just a simple puzzle game, but
The only game I played for a long time was Words with Friends, and I finally took it off my phone a little while ago because I'm like, I just kind of burned out on it.
Yeah.
I don't have any games on my phone.
I'm on level like 800 of this game.
There's a game.
Well, yeah, you play it 8 hours a day. You'll get there pretty quick.
769. I love it so much.
700 and what?
Ball Sword 69.
There's a Tetris that you can download on like the Apple Store, and
Yeah.
like that is, and I don't play it very often, but like if I'm gonna play a game, that's what I'll play.
Yeah, my daughter.
But, like,
I have it on my phone because my daughter will play it.
Games like Tetris, and then there's a game back in the day called Luminous. But I had like a PSP, one of those, you know, and I would play that game so much. Like I got so good at it because it was like when I started doing comedy, I would play that while I was waiting for open mics and stuff. So it was like basically instead of, because I didn't even drink at that point. So like I just go sit and wait for a comedy show to start and just sit there and play that.
Yeah.
And like it kind of helped me get into like a good headspace to go on stage and like, because I
That's
could think
how
about my jokes and stuff before I was going on, because it's keeping your mind busy without occupying all of it.
When I feel anxious, I'll play this game, and because it just kind of gives me something to zero in on. So if I'm having a particularly bad anxiety game, I'll just boot it up, and it's like you said, it gives your mind just enough. Like you need just enough concentration on this that you can't really think of other stuff. And I really, it makes me, I don't know, it makes me feel better.
You know what also help with your anxiety? If you've got a cup with a goddamn lid.
Did you see what you saw my Instagram?
Yeah, of course
today?
I saw it.
What'd you do?
I tagged him in my Instagram story because I didn't have a lot of time to get ready for work after my flight this morning. So I made a cup of coffee in an open lid container, brought it in my car. But I also haven't gone grocery shopping and meal prepped yet, so I didn't have anything for lunch or breakfast or anything. So I cut up an apple and then put some granola into a yogurt, and I brought all of that into my car. So I had like an open yogurt thing, an open sliced apple.
But you weren't going to eat it in the car.
Yeah.
While you're driving, you're going to eat a yogurt apple granola snack.
No. So I could just reach down and grab a slice of apple.
Where were you going?
To work. It's no different than if you were to eat like French fries.
The apple thing didn't bother me. The yogurt thing didn't even really bother me.
Just the coffee.
It's just the cup without a lid in a car is just wild. And it's and for you to be such a type A person, I'm shocked that you are okay with that.
I didn't see the correlation when you said that. When you're like, I don't understand how those type A and having an open cup are not related.
Because there's a high probability something could go wrong, and then you've got all of it all over your. I'm very type A too. I would never ever have an open cup in my car.
Because the way you are like looking for control. That's what type A is controlling things that you can control, and like being organized and stuff like that. And I feel like For you, it would be something that like you took pride in being like, I have my travel mug and then I have my home cups.
Yeah.
And be like, I love
Home
my
cups.
yeah, and like I never forget my travel cup because it's important to me because that's what it's for. Everything has a purpose and a place and that kind of thing.
Bill, you know what it is? I think that I'm still a hillbilly. Type A or not.
Yeah.
There's still parts of me that are like, don't spend $17 on a mug. Just put it in the cup and take it in the car.
I wouldn't. Is that a hillbilly thing though? I mean, it just sounds like something where somebody's like, I don't have a lid and I still want this to go with me. Like I could see doing that before like a sloshy cup of coffee with no lid. You've got a bowl with yogurt and apples.
I had a
in
coffee in there too.
A lidless coffee.
Yes.
Yes, that's what we're upset about.
The face that you just made. Yeah, I don't think that's weird.
It's not up to the brim.
Listen,
I mean,
no.
It's like half a cup of coffee.
It's like a 20-ounce cup,
Yeah.
a 20-ounce plastic cup, and then it's probably 12 ounces. So there's 8 ounces.
You're not
of
worried
space.
that you're not worried that you might like brake check something or like slosh in your car.
I drive more careful when I have an open container of coffee in my car than I do some passengers.
Well, but you can't control other people. Somebody rear ends you. You got coffee and yogurt all over your car.
That's true. That's a risk I'm willing to take.
Oh boy.
The plastic cup is at least a step in the right direction.
From my glass cup.
Because she was driving around with pint glasses, and
I shattered one with a ladder.
Yeah, you shattered one because you bought your boyfriend a ladder for Christmas. And just like,
and it slid in the car. Oh
Well,
man!
it was in the Lowe's,
Yeah.
the Lowe's parking lot. It was so funny. I know we gotta go. Last Christmas, I had a cup with me, but it was a pint glass like you would get at the bar. And I bought my boyfriend a ladder, and I'm trying to shove this ladder into my back seat. And when I shoved it in, I exploded this pint glass. So then I take the ladder out, and I'm having to clean up glass out of my car in this Lowe's parking lot. And like 3 different men came up to me and were like, "Do you need help getting that ladder in the car?" And I've just got like glass in my hands.
Do you have a dustpan, sir?
I was like, it's not the ladder. There's a glass everywhere. It's just everything's fine.
Huh.
So I don't do that anymore. I use plastic after I shattered the pint glass.
So that's, like I said, a step in the right direction.
How about
I feel like you can get a lidded travel, like you don't have to get a mug, just a cup with a lid on it for $3.
What about one of those? God, what are they called? Geosynchronous, like where the base stays. You know when these cups where they don't tilt because it's on a swivelly base. Somebody will be able to tell me what these are called. It's like a geo orbit kind of thing. Where it'll stay level the whole time even if the bottom moves because it's on like
I've never seen that. No.
Or necessity being the mother of invention, because that what I just described already exists. Like a gyroscope is what I'm thinking of. It's like a gyroscopic mug. Or how about somebody create a lidless cup for coffee or whatever, but it has built-in airbag technology. So if you get hit, the cup itself inflates. Yeah.
But then,
And
it
then
doesn't inflate. It gets a lid.
It absorbs the impact.
What there really should be is a bladder of coffee in your car that is hooked up to a hose so you can drink like an astronaut.
A Camelback.
Yeah, but like for your car. That's just in the back
like
of your,
attached to the seat
yeah, like
or
it's
something.
within the cushion of the seat. And then like in the winter you can make it hot, and the summer you make it cold, and then you just go,
That'd
got
be
some
a pain
coffee.
in the ass to clean, though.
Alan, I drive more carefully with an open container of beer with me. Yeah, that too. All right, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a final word in, shoot me a text 35192. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 keyword coming up at 6:30 to go fund yourself.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
Okay, time to roll. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out today on a gross day. What do you have coming up, William?
This Thursday, the very first High and Dry Comedy Hour with Bill Squire at High and Dry in Tremont. It's an 8 p.m. show. It is free, but I'd get there a little early because it's going to be packed. So if you want to come out and have some laughs, have some good drinks and some great food, that's this Thursday at High and Dry in Tremont. And you can also check out the Bill Squire Show. It's a podcast. It's on iHeartRadio. It's on YouTube. It's anywhere you get podcasts. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire. And if you drive around with coffee, put it in a cup with a lid.
Or tag him in a picture of you not doing that.
Don't do that. Triggers me.
There you go. Mary?
Thursday, November 4th, I will be headlining Hilarities downtown Cleveland. I'm super, super excited to be back there. I got all my brand new material. And if you want to come also not laugh at dead dad jokes, it's a place to do it. Information at hilarities.com or in my bio on socials at Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, Mary_Santora on Twitter.
Cody?
Just Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. Anything you missed today, the program is available for you on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app. Weekend Cox is there, too, now in its own podcast form if you're not up at 8 a.m. on a Sunday to listen to 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. You can just listen to the podcast and do it there. If you prefer to watch the show, you can. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And if you want to leave us a message anytime, you can do that, too. After Hours line is 216-986-8903. Rachel Elliott after 6:30 for a bit. Cavs game tonight at 9 o'clock. Still a couple of chances for you to grab one of these keywords and go fund yourself with $1,000. Next one in about 5 minutes. So listen closely for that. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow right around 2 o'clock.